So I figured I'd do a bit of a stream today. I'm guessing there probably won't be too many people because I haven't been streaming lately, and also, well, yeah, mainly that. But I'd like to get through some of the features on Yawnoc, and I figured it would be an okay time to stream, so here I am. The main thing I want to work on today is adding the or changing the weapons select menu to also have a difficulty select in it. I originally wanted to have like save files for the game, but the problem was that, it's not a problem, but it didn't. It felt like it was a bit excessive to have save files because the meta progression is just on enchanting weapons, and it's kind of you're like usually you wouldn't want to unenchant your weapons unless you're trying to re-roll for something stronger. There's not too much of a situation where you have a combination of enchantments for one kind of build. You could do something like that in theory, but it probably won't be strong enough that you would want to have an entire separate save file for that. And if you were trying to do that, you could just go manage the save files yourself because the save files are accessible. So adding all that whole save system just so that people could do that seemed a bit excessive. So I think I'm going to go with one save file because that's how I think most roguelites do it. Having like multiple saves on roguelites is a bit weird. So yeah, it's just gonna be one save. And the other reason I was thinking about doing save files is because I was thinking, oh, each save file would have a difficulty set for it as well. But then I decided to let the players mix the difficulties. The issue with it before was that the enchantments would be easier to get if you're playing on an easier difficulty. So what I did to fix that is, it's over here. I added a scaling to the enchantment price that depends on the difficulty you've chosen. So if you actually want to get the best enchantments, you are going to want to play on the hardest difficulty rather than the easiest. Yeah, I did add Oswald, and he also has a shotgun. So if I shoot, it's kind of noisy right now. I probably need to turn down the volume of the shotguns because they stack up when you have like two of them like this. Jim is more reasonably sounding. I think just overall I need to turn down the volume of that sound effect, but I'll do that at some different time. But yeah, here, let me pull up the menu. I was talking about reworking. So right here, weapon select. Just want to rework. So right now, you can just click one of these and it starts. So I want it to change to being that you have to choose a weapon and a difficulty, and then you like click fight or something, and then you can play rather than just clicking a weapon and going. I do like how on this menu it's quick to get through and it doesn't make restarting a hassle. But to a degree, there has to be more options here, so it's not much of a choice. Yawnoc lore when? I mean, there is some lore, and I'm actually going to work more on it later because it's going to come mostly through the dialogue. The lore is, I mean, the game itself is such a mishmash of random ideas that I'm not too concerned about the lore, because you've got, well, people say that the main character is a bird. It's actually it's closer to a dinosaur, but like it's kind of like in between, like the bird dinosaurs. So that's what the character is. But then there's Jim, who's an acorn. There's Gary, who's an armadillo, and then I put in Oswald, which is kind of just like Look, it's Oswald. So the characters are mishmash of everything. They look okay together in the world. Like it's not like they're visually inconsistent. I don't feel like, but yeah. So those are the characters so far, and there's a forest being invaded by machines, and it gets weirder later once you get to the void area, which I haven't done yet. But then they're also fighting with weapons, which this is clearly like AK. And yeah, then there's like magical enchantments and weird upgrades. So it's you just throw everything together and that's Yawnoc, I guess. But the lore is just kind of a mess. I'm gonna work to resolve it a little bit, maybe. We'll see, but it'll come through, like I said, the dialogue. Are the trees supposed to bob up and down at the same time, or is that a pixel rounding problem? I'm trying to see if they're actually at the exact same time or not. It might be the math I used on, they're like on cosine and sine, or just trigonometry functions for their motion. I might have did something funny with the offset. I can look. Where would that be? It's like in the foliage somewhere. What would that be? It's like scripts, not DAIM assist. Oops. I'm just gonna close like all this stuff. I've got so many files open that I do not need. All right. Where would it be? VFX foliage is my guess. But then I think mclock seed. So the y-axis is what you're pointing out. So in theory, the seed would mean that this should be offset. Did I not set the seed? That is a possibility. But then wait, hang on. Oh wait, no, it's the rotation. And then this part right here is the movement. But I'm curious what the seed is. Well, there's an easy way to check this. If I forgot to set the seed, that would explain it. No, they're random. So the question is, what on earth is causing them to have the same Y position? Just print this out. But yeah, so it should be like offset by a number of times the seed, which should offset the phase of the motion. So the question is, what happened there? There's also a component of the layer it's on, but I mean, I can actually, it's like the top layer that you guys are seeing there. So maybe I should take the last one. So that'll be like this, but then I have to call it at the end. Is that the end of the sign? The end of that? It's got the offset and the motion scale, but they should not affect it. Actually, I'll include it just in case. You never know when your math's gone funny. All right. I'm seeing different numbers. So down here I'm seeing, yeah, 7 and 8. I wonder, how is the seed chosen? Here, wait, oh, if I just override, maybe it's because of the, I might have just placed them in a spot where they happen to line up. Where's this? I call it here. So seed equals, that should find where I'm calling it. So the X plus the Y. Does that work? Here. Let's just square it or something. The higher the number, the less likely there's... It's still doing it. What? They're not... The X component, I don't... Wait, is the X component the same? No, it is. Well, no, it doesn't. I don't think on the left here it's not. They're offset a little bit. This is bugging me now. Um, 2.2 times seed. The time. I'm trying to think if the fact that this is an integer is going to be causing. What if I do the square root instead? Or rather, something like this, so you get a weird decimal. Ha. Wait, that's complex? Oh, because it's not absolute. Did that fix it? No. The x-axis is definitely doing different. Actually, no, if I look at the top layer, so the brightest colors, they're moving. Actually, no, they are going up and down together. Maybe there's a variable being carried over or something. Wait. Well, there shouldn't be. And I already showed that the seeds were different. Maybe it made positions doing something funny. Well, if I comment, or if I get rid of this part briefly, I can see just the Y component. Oh, I think it's actually on the rotation. I don't think it's this part. I think it's rotation. I bet if I set this to 0, you're not gonna see that. Oh, well, actually, What? Oh, no, they all rotate. So it's like that, and oh, there it is, right here. This does not have the seed taken into account. I don't want to take I into account because the whole tree needs to rotate, but I do need to do the seed. So we can do like 2.55 by seed. I don't know if that's appropriate. I think that's fine. There we go. So they're now no longer synced. Yeah, it was the rotation. So the up and down part can happen from the rotation as like, yeah, kind of like a rounding error. Anyways, so that's fixed. Did I have anything else in there that I added just to see what's going on? I think I'm good. Anyways. I have a video for how you make. I have multiple. My whole channel is how you make videos. How you make games with Pygame. I have tutorials. Does the Yawnoc character have something to do with the character in Shifting Edge? I think you're thinking about, and the character from the isometric game. No. The one from Shifting Edge in the isometric game, and I think also Vagrant, are similar intentionally. The color scheme on this one was not actually the original color scheme. I did it for clarity, because red and white stand out. This was the original appearance, which is a fair bit different in my opinion than those other characters, except for the fact like the similar part is that I guess that the accents are red, and that I didn't draw any arms, which is kind of what you got to do with the guns. I mean, you could try to stick arms on there, but that's a lot of work. So it's easier to just draw no arms and just plop a gun image on top. But then, yeah, the color scheme was changed to be coincidentally red and white, like those other characters for clarity. Actually, wait, this is the real one here. Optimization tutorial one. I talked about that in a video already. I have multiple videos about that you can look at. These machines probably created by the Drawn Down Abyss creatures before the war. This is definitely not the same world as Drawn Down Abyss. Although it's funny because both of them have a thing where you're going down. In Yawnoc, you could interpret it as not necessarily going down through layers. I kind of think of it as like layers of a dungeon or something almost, but you could also just interpret it as them going underground and then maybe coming up at some point and dropping down in a different area. But yeah, the way the transitions work in Yawnoc is that you go down into the ground and then you fall out of the sky into the next area. Yeah. Anyways, so as I was originally saying before I got distracted, this is the weapon select, and then also I have this amazing sketch for what I want it to look like. So you have to do some weird stuff because I've got controller support, and then I also have menus that use the mouse instead of like a keyboard or something. So you have to be able to navigate directionally and press buttons to select something. Alternatively, you also have to be able to hover with your mouse and click. And kind of the expectations that people have for how, like, what hovering means for the mouse and what it means for a controller are also different. So all of the menus in Yawnoc are actually kind of a pain. Like, my controller's actually plugged in, I think. Or no, it's not. Here, I can plug it in. But yeah, all of the menus have a directional component to them. Even like the enchantment menus and the pop-ups and stuff like that. So like I can do this all with a controller, as you can hear. But like this is where I got the idea for the arrows. So the arrows were a solution to a multiple selection problem when it comes to controller navigation and mouse navigation. I don't want to have like 15 different options that you can click on, because when you've got controller and you have to navigate through all of them, it's visually, I find it annoying. Whereas with a mouse, when you just lay out all your options and you can just click the one you want, it's fine, because you can move your mouse there directly. Whereas you have to like hit like, oh, why did I do that? That was not a good idea. I should not. Nope. Disable full screen. It's like moving everything. Nope. What? I was there. I need to add something where when I like go right, left, up, or down, it cancels the movement on the other one or something, because it's a bit too easy to go diagonal with the controller. Yeah, I should not be doing this on this menu. Here's one that's easier to move around on. But yeah, so yeah, I have to be able to like move or change settings by just using the controller buttons, which are more directional. And then, but then it also has to be fine for the mouse. So then I have to have these arrows. They both serve as the buttons for the mouse, and then they're the direct, like, telling you what you have to do with the controller. So that they serve two purposes. So yeah, I can click it. But these menus get weird, and then so I have to think about them for a bit. The weird one about this menu that makes this particularly difficult is that the weapons have a kind of a description, in the sense that you have to see what their secondary is. That's how I've got that set up here. I could change that maybe, but then also the difficulty has a very large description. Here, let me pull this up. It was in const. So it's going to be all these like lines of like the different stats that change based on the difficulty you selected. So where's my paint thing? So I need some space for this. So not only do you need to be able to directionally, you got to be able to select with your mouse. You got to be able to directionally select. You have to be able to tell that there's like multiple options. And then you also have to think about how are you going to navigate between the different parts of this menu. So like if, for example, if difficulty was on the right and the weapon was on the left, so let's say that this was over here, then if you're using a controller and you're like changing your weapon, how are you going to switch to changing your difficulty? Because right means change your weapon, but then the difficulty stuff is over to your right. So it's the directional layout's important too, because you've got up and down, which change your different options, and then right and left, which change with your selection within the option. But then like I said, I have to have the space for a description, which pops out to the side, but then it can't be it can't look too strange, so I have to do some weird stuff. I'm not going to show like both of these at the same time. It's going to be whichever you're selected on. It's going to have like an animation. That's what this thing on the edge is. It's going to be an animated line. And then I'm going to have the description here. The difficulty is first, so that can fit the longer text, and then there's the weapon, which should have less text. But yeah, so like animate and pop out when you're selecting your weapon. And then this is also going to be an animated line like the main menu is. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things to think about there. So yeah, this is what I'm going to be building. So they're all going to be like a carousel pretty much. I think the first step is to set up the layout so that you've got your 3 options that you're selecting through, your difficulty, weapon, and fight. And then I gotta get the fight button working, and then maybe set up this carousel, and then I can do the descriptions, and then also do difficulty. Well, actually, something I should do first is add icons for the difficulty. So there's 4 difficulties. Actually, do I want to animate these? In theory, I should really animate these, like the rotation, but that seems like a lot of work. I might just make it like instant. I think that's what I'll do. If you like, in the game, I can't demonstrate this right now because if I start it up, I only have 1 weapon. But in the game, if you look at the top left of your HUD and you swap your weapons, it's actually animated. But it would be more complicated to do this. because you got to make it come up from the side and stuff like that. It gets weird. I might do that later on if I've got time, but my timeline is a bit tight right now. Yeah, so like I said, the first thing is going to be the icon. I think I've got this memorized, so I shouldn't need that anymore. Or the icons, or what I got to do. So behold the MS Paint, or the PNG that I pull up in MS Paint to do all my artwork. So yeah, I need icons for difficulty. I think it's appropriate for me to use these circles. I think that's fine. It should be this. It's consistent with other stuff in the game. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing that if it's consistent with the upgrades and the abilities. It's probably a good thing because I'm already using it for multiple things. So just every symbol is just a circle. There's not very many pixels in these circles, so there's not a lot of room for a variety of things, really. I don't know. So I can copy the risk of rain thing here if I want. Secondary needs to be black. Risk of rain is like just a monster that just gets more and more elaborate, I guess you could say. But yeah, I need 4 of them. So there's 4 difficulties. There's pest control. There's moderate, I think. Or no, that's what it was originally called. What is it called right now? I renamed it, I think. Pest control, infestation, invasion, and apocalypse. There. If they're not perfectly spaced, I'll get annoyed. So pest control. Do I want to color code it so that it's like green for easy, but then, or maybe I can do like a green background like I have on these things, and then I think that's what I'll do, and then the icon itself is gonna be like white. And actually I should probably do the background first because they should all have the same pattern, so I can do the color ramp on this. Actually, let's just take from here. How did I do this one? So I did the corners. I did like that. Those ones. No, it's the wrong corner. This corner. And then I did the whole bottom. I'm just trying to make it consistent, so I'm just gonna copy this whole thing. Unfortunately, there's something else on top, so I can't just take it entirely as is. It's diagonal. Wait, something's different. What is different? Oh, no, I don't think. Is it like that? No, because 1 over. That's what it was. All right, next color. This one goes all the way up, and then, like, yep. Actually, might have been easier to just color out the marker. It's an L. That's what it looks like. And then, yeah, I think that's what it is. All right. Now we do this color, and then actually I'm gonna differ from what we got here. This is not even symmetrical entirely. I just noticed that because the dark part's on the middle of the crosshair, which is not. There's an even number of pixels across, so it can't be in the center. What is the? Is that good? Maybe. And then we take the darkest color, And then now I can just copy this. I'm gonna color key it. And I'm not gonna use green for all of them. This is just going to be the template. Now I can take like red or whatever. So I gotta count the colors here. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So actually this is the correct gradient. Actually, I don't want to do that color yet. Do I? So the second one, should it be like brown or yellow? I think it should be yellow, right? And then, but yellow's a bit bright because yellow I think is on the same color ramp as red. Yeah. So that would cause some problems. I could do blue, but the blue doesn't have a color ramp. That's just kind of how I did the colors for this game. It's just those two blue colors right there. That's all I've got. When I did this, I think I only had one. Some of the stuff now uses the two colors, but yeah, there's not a lot of blue in this game aside from the water. Well, let's think about it this way. So red should be the last one, and it should be preferably very dark. So I'll do it from here. So it might not even hit orange, and that might give us room for another color. Oh, it does hit orange. Colors are throwing me off. I thought that this color was different from this color, but it looks like they're the same. So there's that one. What other colors can I do here? I can do gray, but gray is kind of boring. Maybe maybe what I should do for the next one is just the same as this one, but one color up. Or maybe, do I have a purple I can use? No, I don't have purple. I mean, I really don't have a lot of options here. I don't use, this ramp's just for the autumn floor or something. So I really only have 4 color ramps. So I have to reuse some stuff here. If I don't want to use like gray. But yeah, I think brown ends up being the choice then for, I should have closed Steam. Brown ends up being the choice, I think, for the normal difficulty, which I guess is fine. Fun fact, the normal difficulty is actually easy. To me, it's the easy difficulty because the difficulty that's already out on the demo, which you can get in the closed demo is already in the Discord server, the Yawnoc one in the description. Did I get the? Oh wait, that's correct. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the difficulty in that demo is the what is it? The invasion difficulty now, which is hard. So actually, everything's going to be toned down for the game just because it's a difficulty trick. Everyone's going to think the normal difficulty is the one that's... Actually, no, it doesn't say normal right now. I originally said moderate, and I renamed it to infestation. And I think given 4 options, someone that's new to a game is probably going to choose the second easiest. Because doesn't Risk of Rain also have... I think Risk of Rain also has 4. Let's see. Is this it? Oh, do they only have 3? Oh. I still need to do something like this so that you know that the game's actually more challenging if you're just waiting there and not actually advancing. I might do something else to get people moving. It might just be a hidden mechanic. I don't know. Alright, so I think for this one, I can do gray, or I can do... I think what's better is if I go up one color and then use the red. So it's red, but brighter. And then I think the next one's yellow, isn't it? Oh boy. I would assume... So here's an interesting question. Which one's the harder, which color represents the harder difficulty? This one or this one? I might swap them. Actually, I think I will. This one's more visually pleasing to look at, which makes me want to make it the harder difficulty. Hear you out. The drawn down abyss species and the Yawnoc species are in continuous war. The drawn down abyss creatures use curse cards technique, while Yawnoc use ranged weapons like guns. The creatures in drawn down abyss don't use the cards. They just shoot bullets at you. Let's talk about the player character. And actually, that one is also like a dinosaur, believe it or not. So actually, I would see the Yawnoc character as closer to the Drawn and Abyss character than it is to like the Shifting Edge or Whirling Blades character. Why don't I make a tutorial about this? About what? At the same time, the DDA creatures had to use machines against the monsters in the forest and send actual squads to eliminate the largest number of monsters. Yeah, there could be something interesting there. Because the drone build wasn't the strongest. You need the defense drones, but the strongest build in Drawn Down Abyss, I think, is to just spam burst and stack those. Or that's the easiest way to beat the game. The drones are really fun, though. But here's the issue is that I was thinking about adding like drones to Yawnoc. Although what I might do instead is they work like the drones in Drawn Down Abyss, but then they're not actually machines. I don't know. Because that would be a bit weird to have machines there. But then, I mean, the you're still using like an AK-47 to in the middle of the forest as the animals. The DDA creatures had to migrate from the forest to the underground water so they can complete their full transformation, just like how cocoons work. There's not much lore about the surface in Drawn Down Abyss. So, yeah, there is technically room to do something like that. That would be really weird, though, to merge them. Although I will say that, yeah, that the player character in Yawnoc does fit in. The weird thing... The biggest thing that doesn't fit character-wise, I think, is Jim. Because an acorn is kind of weird. Actually, no, maybe not. Because there's like that floating eyeball with the leaf wings that flies around. So maybe Jim would fit in. I don't know. Will I ever open source the code for this game? It'll be in the game's files on Steam. That's what I was going to do. I mean, you still got to buy it, but yeah, it'll be in the files. If you want it now, you can get it on Patreon. But the version on Patreon, I won't end up posting the full game on Patreon because Patreon's the bottom tier is $3. because that will be cheaper than the game at 5. And that actually violates Valve's policy if I put the game there like that. So the source release I did, I think last Sunday, is going to be the last one, but you can go check out the source already if you want to do that. How have I implemented UIs? Have I built my own frameworks? I handle it's all spaghetti. The UI is all spaghetti. If you saw my video about writing bad code, that's pretty much the idea. It's just write spaghetti for things that no one's gonna have to look at, and no one's really gonna have to look at the code, and you're not writing any code that's dependent on it, as in like built on top of it, like calling its functions and stuff. So yeah, all the UI code spaghetti. It could be like refactored so that a lot more of the code is shared. Right now, it's just a mess. Everything's got like its own index system for how it does its thing. In a sense, it's a good thing, because here's what happens when you try to make a system for UI, you end up kind of limiting yourself, because you're going to want to make a UI design that fits within that system. But then, and to a degree, that's a good thing, because you want your interfaces to be consistent. In games, that's less important than in like a website or something, because in games it needs to be visually pleasing as well, and also you need to be able to navigate it efficiently in some cases. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, but actually I feel like consistency ends up being one of the lower priorities. Like there's some consistency in Yawnoc. So if you look at one of the basic menu setups that I have is you've got like a pointer that's pointing at one of the options, and you can like either hover an option with the mouse and click it, or the other option is to use the joystick on a controller to navigate around, and they're like in an ordered layout, and like the pointer will move around. That's one of the things. The main menu has like the 3 options with the underline, where the underline moves around. And then the weapon select, this is the one that's about to change, but the weapon select has a weird shaped line that pops up that's not even flat like the main menu. So they're all kind of different, but like the weapon select is, actually one of the weirdest menus is the pause menu, because on that one you got to be able to, with a controller, select your different upgrades and stuff so you can read about them. But then you also be able to hover them. And a lot of these menus don't fit into one simple system. So as a result, I find that in this case where there's not a ton of menus, it's only like a couple of them, it actually ends up being okay from a design standpoint to just write absolute spaghetti for all of them and not even have too much code in common, because that means that when you go to make something new or you want to change an existing one, for some UI design reason, you're not kind of restricted to the system you put in place. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. It's a weird situation. If I were in a more menu heavy game, I would definitely try to standardize things a bit more so make it more reusable. You think I should take inspiration from the Risk of Rain difficulty logos? They look great. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't noticed, large parts of this game are inspired by Risk of Rain. The secondary ability on the rifle is just, the phase round from Risk of Rain. So there's a lot of stuff in common there. And actually, if you what is it? Oh yeah, there's like the chests and stuff you destroy, and then stuff like pops out. You get upgrade, you get abilities when you destroy the chests in this, and the upgrades you have to buy between rounds. So that's a bit different. If you've played Drown on Abyss, one of the curses is literally called Risk of Bullets, and then the curse is that there's bullets raining from the sky. So yeah, I have a lot of stuff in common with Risk of Rain, but Um, just the orb with orange and yellow. Just orange every difficulty. What? I think that's answering my question about which is harder. Um, do I think I can make a big enough 3D game in Python that doesn't lag too much? Well, after Yawnoc, I got to do PixCarts after Yawnoc, but the other thing I'm going to work on, I'm going to probably do it at the same time and switch back and forth, is a VR first-person shooter in Python, and I'm pretty much writing my own engine for that. So we will find out. I'm pretty sure I should be fine. And actually, I've been getting really annoyed with the performance of the VR games I've been playing. So it'll be funny if I make something that ends up performing significantly better. It's annoying. You just get random stutters all the time. And then for some reason, because with the way that I guess the Quest 3 displays work when you're using a link cable to your computer, if you get a stutter, it messes up the displays, and like your display will be rendering two separate frames at once. Like on like 1/4 of your display, you'll be seeing like one frame back. So everything just looks misaligned when you're moving your head around, and you have to like do some stuff to fix it. Like you have to reset the display to fix it, and it's really annoying. That's mainly a Quest 3 issue, but it's also an issue that all of the games have massive stutters. I think part of it is garbage collection, which it's not a whole lot you can do about that in Python. I guess technically you could try to have the garbage collection happen on a different thread from the rendering. That would fix it, I think. But actually, the main thing that helps with my games that prevents stutters is that normally I don't need garbage collection for that much. There's not much garbage to be collected. The main thing is actually just like particles. So I'm not like creating a bunch of data that's immediately thrown out. Usually I reuse pretty much everything, or like I guess I don't try to reuse data. It's just that I think that I get the impression that maybe the engines are being more wasteful. They're just cycling through, allocating and deallocating stuff constantly for random abstractions they've got going under the hood. I don't know what they're doing. But like some of the games I'll play in VR, you get lag spikes, and I was having issues with this yesterday. Is that it's not even like related to graphics quality or anything. It's just doing something, who knows what, probably garbage collection. And then you just get a random lag spike regardless of what your graphics settings are set to. Yeah. With the stuff I've been playing with so far, I mean, which is very simple, but the stuff I've been playing with so far, it's been running much better than any game I've ever played in VR. Maybe the brighter one is harder. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. First person shooter in Python is crazy. Yeah, it'll be really funny. VR first person shooter. Don't forget the VR part. But it'll probably do well on YouTube if I make videos about it too, which will be fun. And the interesting thing is that I don't really play desktop PC games. I pretty much just play VR games. Like, I'm trying to remember like what the last desktop PC game I played was. I'm not even sure. I don't think I've even played a regular desktop PC game on my computer in months. Aside from Yawnoc, I guess. I mostly play VR games, and actually from a game design standpoint, I'm probably much better at designing VR games than I would be anything else, just because I've got so many hours in that. I also know a lot of people in the community, and I know a lot of the influencers in that community as well, so I actually and probably better equipped to work in that space. The only issue is that I'm good at pixel art. Anyways, so let's get these difficulties going. So I'm thinking I just draw a beetle here. One problem is that this is not symmetrical. Or say it's not an odd, like there's no middle pixel. So it is symmetrical, but yeah, there's no middle pixel. There's an even number across, which is the problem I had over here. So if I were drawing a beetle, what I would want to do, so I would want to do like, I don't know, something like that, this, where this is like the back of the beetle, and then you like, I don't know, you got the head or whatever. But you can't do that. I could turn it sideways. That's an option. That's actually probably what I should do. And then what I'll do is I'll make it a bit 3D, so that it's like, there's a bit of perspective and then the legs are coming down. I think that's what I'll do. So I think this is the way to do it. So how would a beetle? And I think that's important. How should the antenna go? Maybe just leave it like that, or like that. I think when the thing is called pest control, I'm hoping that people are gonna recognize that this is a beetle or a bug of some kind. I could also do like a caterpillar or something, which would be more recognizable. Oof, that's actually a bit wide. If I got rid of the antenna, actually I think the trick is to actually just make it shorter. That's silly. Anyways, I think that one works. So there's a bug. And then the next one's like infestation. Maybe I'll do like a bunch of worms. Just going like, wait, what? It's infestation, invasion. Yeah, so I think I'll do like a tentacle almost looking thing. I don't know if this will fit, we'll see. Actually, I think I'll just crop off the bottom pixel there. Yeah, that works. So, 2 more to do. We've got, and actually I'm gonna copy before I draw over all of these. I'm gonna copy one of these in case I wanna go back later and fix and change one of these. All right, so what should the next one be? So this one's infestation. Wait, no, invasion. Maybe just draw like a bunch of heads. It would be funny if I did like just a bunch of these, except for the fact it doesn't fit. Can I like do mandibles is the question. That's getting like, how, isn't that like kind of close to a creeper face? Tiles on the left, right? Yeah, I just draw everything everywhere here. How am I doing VR in Python? There's a module called PyOpenXR that allows you to interface with OpenXR using Python. You got to do a lot of the work yourself. It just gives you the projection matrix and like the positional information of the headset. You still have to go through all the effort to render the frame based on that matrix. So, well, yeah, well, it gives you it's all the transforms and then the projection, and then you gotta take those matrices and render stuff. And then I think it's meant to work with OpenGL, sort of. You can like write interfaces so that you could work with, I think, anything in theory. Maybe I would have to look at it. It's meant to be kind of like generalized a bit, so you can work with pretty much anything you want. I think you could. It's mainly meant for OpenGL. That's what the built-in example uses, and then I can just use modern GL with that. But yeah, so I'd be basically writing my own engine, which is not too difficult once you understand computer graphics. The annoying part about engines is physics, so I'm gonna do some weird stuff with physics to make it fast and clean, I guess, but not very advanced, or it won't be able to handle very many shapes and stuff. But yeah, hopefully there'll be a video on that like next year, maybe this year, depends on the timing. I don't think I'll have anything to show this year. I mean, I've shown stuff in my Discord server, but I don't think I'll have like something video worthy this year. It'll probably be like next year. So I'm also gonna be working on Pix cards. So now, if I were just doing that, I could have something in December. Do I think I could do a more in-depth pixel art tutorial? I was thinking about writing one. And actually, I kind of started writing one, but then I realized that the video that I already have is most of what I would still say. So I wasn't able to add that much. I think I'm gonna wait a bit longer before doing something like that again. Maybe get a bit better pixel art. We'll see. Anyways, so the next one, we got the bug, we got the tentacle thingies, and then invasion. So what? I think of aliens when I think of invasion. Just draw like a big-headed alien. The only thing is that aliens are very like off topic for Yawnoc. Like thematically, it's really out there because the invaders are machines, and the characters are like things you'd find in a forest, kind of, but maybe a bit weird. So like traditional aliens don't really make any sense. So maybe the solution is to just draw a machine. I have some. Do they fit is the question. The answer is no. So I think I'll draw the cube machine, but small. So it's like this, I think. Something like that. Wait, how many? Got 1, 2, 3. So then the gap would be like, wait. So the gap would be 3. So it's like that, but then this also goes down. That doesn't look right. The problem is I don't have very many colors to work with. How did I do the... I have, in my machines thing, I have a white version of all of these. So how did I do this one? Oh, the cube is literally just that. Okay. Maybe I'll do the spawner. That actually makes sense too, because this is what creates them in the fall. This ends up spawning a bunch of machines, so The spawner shape is pretty good. And there's also, conveniently, there's no middle pixel because the tiles themselves are like 14 by 14. So yeah, I'll do this one. So it's like goes down flat or something. And then you go to the side. I don't have very much space here, so I gotta, I think I'll do that. All right. Do I think that that is correct? We will see. Actually, that might be fine. I just don't like the, I think that's the way to do it. Does that fit though? We shall see. I think I'm pretty sure it actually doesn't. So I'm gonna shrink this by 1. So make this shorter. And then if I do that, I can do that. Does that work? We'll do that, I think. Maybe like that? I don't know. Whatever. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. So I'm gonna shorten this one in the back. It's not proportional, but it needs to fit. So that's gonna be a reference to the spawner. And then the last one is apocalypse. So what symbol makes you think of apocalypse? A meteor would make sense, but then also it doesn't. I could just do like a skull. That's the easy option. So do like a 4 wide bottom. And it's like that. Say you do a skull. I've not looked at a skull in a while. And I think this is already too big. We will find out. I think, can I like, if I want teeth, it's got to be wider. I can make it shorter. Skulls are can be a bit challenging to make fit. That gap could be interpreted as for teeth or for the nose. It works nicely. Does that fit? It would be nice for 1 pixel shorter. Where can I get a pixel? I think I can like shave off a little bit of the head. But then it looks a little bit derpy. Actually, no, that looks less like a human skull, more like an animal skull at that point, which is probably a good thing. There we go. We've got our icons. Pixel art complete. So now the question is, where am I going to put these? Thoughts on AI programming? You know the basics of Python, and you've been using the help of AI to make games and lots of editing and refining. I've not really tried it. I'm very curious about how far you can actually get with AI, because the problem with games is that there's not an easy way for the AI to understand the output aside from visually. Um, on a website, like if an AI is trying to make a website, it's able to like read the HTML and mess around with the inputs and test it to kind of recursively figure out if it's working properly and evaluate the results. Um, Whereas with games, first of all, the way you interact with a game varies wildly, and then the way you like your input varies wildly, and then the output also varies wildly. So, like for example, like let's take a game like Yawnoc, like yeah, I just don't see how they would be able to evaluate that their code, like that the code is working. Because well, also part of it is that like in games you've got features that are gated behind other, like you gotta like say get certain equipment to do some specific thing a lot of times. So there's a lot of steps to go through to get to that point, and you can usually the best way to test that stuff is to hack something up so you have a modified version of the game that can test that test case. But you still have to be able to navigate through parts of the game. So my thought for game development specifically, I think that AI is a pretty long way from being able to do larger games that have more of a concept of a world. And because in a lot of ways, if you think about it, it's the same barrier as doing pretty much anything in real life. On the coding side, you have to be able to solve the problems. You have to write code, solve problems. You have to be able to think about how the simulated world would interact on all the different levels of the different mechanics that you've implemented. And then you have to be able to test what you've written by controlling usually something in a virtual world. If it's a game that's more world-based and like, I don't know, like a Candy Crush or something. You have to be able to control your character or whatever, which can take various forms, and be able to navigate it to make sure that it's working. So there's not a great solution for developing certain types of games, usually actually the more popular kinds of games, with the current methods the AI use. Now you can use it as a tool to solve very specific narrow problems where it's like, well, part of the issue with game development is that a lot of the code is very intertwined with the visual component of the game. So like, I think of my UI code. Well, first of all, like I said, there's no HTML in a game where it can evaluate if it's done it correctly. But I forgot what I was getting at. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, you can do some narrow problems with it. Like if you can be very specific, but then at that point you've kind of, I mean, for me, I've already solved it if I'm getting that specific. So for me specifically, there's no use unless they can do something more than just like solving a narrow problem. But yeah, like I said, testing becomes a huge issue in games. I don't think that AI can really do it right now. If you've seen all the examples where people have tried to like, I don't know, tell the various open AIs to like make a game, it's usually something very simple. First of all, it's a project where it's very similar to a very common beginner project where there's lots of references out there. And then also it's very surface level. Usually it'll be something where like the entire game is like on the screen at once, or I guess, but the best way to describe it is what I was saying earlier, is that there's not the sense of a bigger world, in things that you can't just immediately interact with the moment you start the game. That there's more persistence and there's more ways to engage with the game, like an exponentially more ways to interact with the game than it is for, like, if you were to tell an AI to make Snake, or what's another one they might do? I don't know, like the something like Flappy Bird or whatever. But yeah, you can definitely try to use it for narrow problems. But yeah, like I said, I think for me it's just that once, well, for the stuff that it can do right now, I've already solved in my head. Now it might be useful for some boilerplate, maybe, where it's like it's something that's easy to think about, but then there's a fair bit of code that needs to be written, but then I would have to, like, do a check over it, and I would be less confident about that code, because in games everything's connected too, so there's a lot of room for mistakes, and then some of it you might not catch for a while. So, like, the details of everything you write are very important. So you'd have to, like, kind of comb through the code that it writes to make sure that it's not going to do something weird. In games, you don't get as many of those cases where it's like, I want a function that does this thing. It has a small input and a small output and does a lot in the middle. It's more, I guess, really the way to think about it with games is spaghetti. Everything's connected to everything, and the connections don't have necessarily too much going on. So when everything's dependent on those connections to everything else, that's when the things get the most sensitive as to how you implement things. Like, there's the most room for error. I don't know. There's a lot of issues there. Ultimately, I do think that, like, game development is probably, aside from making, like, well, architecting AI models, I feel like game development would be one of the most challenging areas for AI to succeed in. Just because of the way the development cycle works. Nuclear hazard symbol. So I guess the idea of waste, poison, plague, nuclear fallout, those types of things, I don't know, they're kind of grouped together in my head, and those aren't really a theme in Yawnoc. In Yawnoc, the nature is more, I don't know how to describe it, healthy. So, I don't know. I like the skull more. The eyes on my face look kind of glitchy sometimes. Do I think that I need to work on making that better? Glitchy how? As in, like, jittering a bit? I've not added, I could interpolate it a bit to smooth it out, especially when it's staying still. The thing is that I was also talking to someone about this the other day, is that I don't like anti-aliasing. So small jitter doesn't annoy me, and the trade-off that's being made is that it's very responsive to where my eyes are moving. If you're talking about the jitter, it's very responsive to where my eyes are looking, without much latency because of interpolation and all sorts of other stuff, and it's just always taking the most accurate data that it thinks it has, rather than smoothing it out. Because eye movement's very sudden, so I don't want it to get smoothed out by interpolation. So I'm fine with taking a little bit of jitter that comes from the imprecision of it. Also, I'm using like a cheap webcam to track my eyes. It's not like a fancy iPhone or something like most people have, where it's got like special cameras that were specifically made to do all sorts of machine learning based tasks. Yeah. Do wait. Do one that could be interpreted as a mushroom or a mushroom cloud. Now that one fits a little bit more than nuclear, in my opinion, because I think more of the explosion when I think of a mushroom cloud. The only problem is that, considering the theme, they might just see it as a mushroom. So getting that to be a mushroom cloud instead of a mushroom might be a bit challenging, especially with how few pixels I have. Yeah, the moment AI can write games is the moment that AI can do pretty much anything. And yeah, that was my point, is that, yeah, if you can navigate any simulated environment using any controls, because that's what games are, is that there's a wide range of controls, a wide range of environments that would have to be what it's capable of in order to make any type of game. So it's got to be able to navigate any virtual environment with any controls. And then also it would have to be able to think about and solve complex problems where there's a lot of connected parts. You've got pretty much everything you need to do pretty much anything. The only thing that's not really included, I guess, is fine motor skills. That's kind of separate because you don't really get fine in a game world. Look, if for PC games, like desktop games, if you got a mouse and keyboard, it's not like moving your fingers, so there's not as much precision there. So that could be thought of as kind of a separate issue, but it looks like from stuff I've seen that people have already figured that out. So really, yeah, you can do pretty much everything if you can make games. Now, there is an exception, and that's if, so there's the other approach to making games where the whole game is inside a model. And I've not seen much success in that. People posted that Doom thing a while ago where they had Doom running inside of a model, and it was all one network, so that there was like no code or anything. But what they did is they trained it off of Doom itself. So they trained it to just pretty much render it based on a huge set of training data of a game that already existed. So I don't think from a training data standpoint they would have the data they need to pull something like that off if you're making something new. Because what they were really training that one on was rendering rather than game logic. There's game logic to a degree, but the use case of it is more so to replace rendering. But like it had to have essentially the code part of the game already done for it. So there wasn't that much. There's some new stuff that was done there, but it's not as close as people thought it was. But as I was getting at earlier, there's the idea of running a whole game inside of a model, and then maybe you can, through that black box there, get closer to game development while not being able to do real life things. Because then it's not like end to end where it's testing it. It's that it's kind of creating the reality as it procedurally sees fit. rather than having to firmly test the rules. Now, the problem with that is that it doesn't work for multiplayer, because multiplayer is completely dependent on having very consistent rules, and like you can't have any inconsistency in how things work between players. I mean, you could maybe come up with some weird game that does, but multiplayer is very rigid. So the stuff that people actually spend a lot of time playing, which is multiplayer games, would not be really doable with that type of system. Now, maybe you could come up with an architecture for that or something, but I don't see anything like that happening anytime soon, relative to other things that people could do with AI. So, but for like single player games, I don't know, like think of like GTA or something. I have not played GTA. Well, actually GTA is multiplayer, isn't it? But, well, did most people play it single player, I think? I don't know. I've never played it, or I really watched people play it either. But a game like that, or I have a suspicion based on what I know, is probably what you might be able to get a good result with if you wanted to make a system where you actually have a prompt and then the model just kind of generates the game as you play it. So there's some types of things that could work for. But I think ultimately you're going to have something more rigid where it can write code and test it. You had some questions about the tip you gave about using GLSL shaders with Pygame. What? I mean, my Discord server has plenty of... well, it has a questions channel where you can get help. Why not get what? Yeah, Tridion saying why not get one then. I'm not sure what that one is. I'm assuming that's responding to something I said a while ago. What's it saying? I don't remember. I don't feel like there's anything that I would want to get. Oh, probably an iPhone. Oh, if that's what you're talking about for my tracking, I don't want to deal with that, because what happens is well, first of all, you got like a separate device you've got up there. You've got to press buttons and stuff. It doesn't hook up nicely to your computer. It's got its own battery and everything. It's harder to, from a coding standpoint, work with. It's got the latency of it just trying to go to my computer for rendering. So just overall, it's nicer, more convenient to just use a webcam. Also, and I mean, phones probably don't last as long. You could probably get away with it if it's like always plugged in, but that's a lot of money just for a really fancy webcam. You think we're in an AI bubble? There's too much money to be made from overhyping tech demos. I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe we're in I think, well, overall, the stock market, I feel like, is pretty high up there. Not investing advice, by the way, but I do see that there's potential in AI to automate certain tasks. I'm curious how far it goes, and that's really the question before they hit a wall, if they hit a wall. And I mean, there are some walls that they've already hit, but some of them they've gotten past, some of them they haven't. I don't think we've had enough time for people to try to do more real world tasks that you would see in like actual jobs that people hire, where you have to hire people. Like more physical things. They were trying out some of those robots in factories and stuff. Was it Volkswagen or BMW? Maybe they're both trying stuff like that. There's potential for there to be like huge profit in that. I'm not sure how much that ends up being, and I think it's too early to tell. But I think in terms of, well, I think from an economic standpoint, there's potential there, but then the overall hype around it from a technical standpoint as to what people are thinking is going to happen is probably a bit high. So I'm a bit mixed on that. And well, part of it, I do feel like there's a lot of jobs that really shouldn't really need to exist. Like, for example, I mean, we're getting really close to having a fast food restaurant where you walk up, you plug in your card, you tap something on a menu, and then it plops out your food. And then all someone has to do is just load up the food every now and then. And there's probably a lot of money to be made there. And there's probably other things like that, where we have the technology to do stuff like that. I think some people have tried it. I think there were some limitations we're running into, but we've probably got less of those now. But there's a lot of areas where we've definitely improved our ability to automate things, because the issue that we had before was that we had no good way of dealing with subjective situations, or like subjectivity, and also the real world. Like code could not, as of 10 years ago, code could not really navigate the real world, whereas we're getting a lot better at that. So this is less, I guess, about generative AI and more about just the general improvements in machine learning. So there's possibilities there, but yeah. Also, something interesting to notice, though, is that the money right now is in NVIDIA, which is in... It's weird that in terms of investment, the money is in the company that's making the thing that people are buying to train their models, as opposed to... there's also a substantial investment into the companies that are making new things, but like making the models and stuff too, but a lot of the investment seems to be investing in the idea that people are going to be investing a lot of money into AI going forwards, into the development of it. I don't know. There's a lot of weird things there that could be talked about. Generally, I don't do code reviews. I've thought about doing like a video, or maybe like a video series where I do code reviews, but definitely not something I have time for right now. Do you think it would be worth it to port Yawnoc to other consoles like the Nintendo Switch? I wouldn't do the PS4 or 5 just because I don't care. Now the Switch, possibly. I need to do more research into figuring out whether or not that's actually possible, because they give you development kits, and I think they expect you to do things certain ways. I suspect I could get it working, and I actually know the right people to help with that now if I wanted to try that. So that would definitely be something I might consider if Yawnoc does well on Steam, is porting it to Switch. It would take a fair bit of work, and then also from what I've heard, you still got to spend like, I don't know. Fortunately, I'm not under an NDA, so I can say the numbers that I was Googling. What was I seeing? Was like 500 or 1,000 or something? It was a fair bit of money to get into the system. And then also Nintendo manually has to approve everything, every game you want to make. So, and they're more likely to approve something that's already been made and proven. So if it's harder to do it on release. I think to like take Yawnoc and put it on the Switch on release, especially when I'm doing a lot of the development work towards like the month before it releases. So there's not really any space there where I have something that looks finished to show. But what I saw is that they're more likely to prove stuff that's already out there, especially if it's like if it's on Steam and it's rated well, then it's probably easy to get onto the Switch. So like, yeah, if I launch the game and people leave a bunch of good ratings, that really helps. I could try to look at something like that, and that would be really cool from my perspective, because actually, I've never really been into like Xboxes and PlayStations, but I've had a lot of the Nintendo consoles. I had the first console I played was a Game Boy. It was my brother's, but then I got a DS, a DS Lite, and then my family got a Wii, and I had 2 DSs actually, and then I got a Switch a while ago. So those are the only consoles I actually play, and actually a fair bit of the influence of my games come from various Nintendo things. So that would be really cool for me if I could do that one day, but we'll see. Depends on how Yawnoc does. What am I creating? Yawnoc. There's some links in the description. You're waiting for the AI crash? Define waiting. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to do something? But yeah, I mean, for AI, my standpoint is just keep an eye on it, which is nice because I know some people who are super interested in it and send me stuff, which is nice. Because then I don't have to go digging for that stuff. I've thought about like incorporating it into my games, not like for artwork or something like that, or like the surface level stuff, but like trying to do like the new generative AI stuff, but as an AI in a game. There was that one paper that I thought was really cool, where they put a bunch of generative AI models, or I think they were LLMs actually, into a simulated world and had them interact with each other. So I think there's a lot of possibilities for doing actual game character enemy AI and doing all sorts of interesting stuff with generative AI there, which I think could be really cool. So that's actually something I was, and I still am kind of keeping an eye on. Because now we're getting to the point where you can actually, there's some really good open source models where you can run it on your computer, which means that I don't have to like have the games hitting the OpenAI servers or something like that. I could actually just have it as one self-contained thing, and then have like, I don't know, like NPCs or something that are running off of that. The weird thing though is just like, how do you deal with the fact that people are going to try to exploit that? Because you can always get AI to do weird things if you tell it enough stuff. You don't think you'll be able to code without GPT sometimes, or Googling stuff? I mean, whenever I'm learning something new, I'll Google stuff all the time. And I did actually, When I didn't want to look through the mess of the Android documentation for one of my projects, I actually did use ChatGPT to try to find certain functions I needed to do certain things. Um, so using it more for figuring out what functions to use rather than actually writing code. But there's like when you're learning a new technology, you used to just have to Google everything, and now sometimes there's a what is it? Find, Phind, which is I don't know nowadays, but when I was using it, it was okay for finding things. So there's always going to be that component of when you're learning a new technology, having to get that information as to how that works in some way or another. But if you've been using a technology for a long time and you're still constantly having to do it, well, it's not that complicated. Like, for example, if it's Pygame or something, then maybe there's a problem. And if you're using it for constantly writing logic, then that's an even bigger problem, is if you can't do that on your own. You'd rather buy the food printer than go to a store for them to do it for me? Well, you're assuming that you can have a food printer in like your house or whatever. So what if you still need a kitchen, but it's more like so like yeah we have like the factories where you have like those custom made robots to do some very specific tasks. So what if you had that, but essentially inside, well, more of like a kitchen. It wouldn't even be like a proper kitchen. It would probably be something more like an assembly line. Um, but that would probably take a fair bit of space. You wouldn't be able to stick that in your house. um, yeah, it is interesting that I'm curious. I probably should look more into this. I'm curious why that's not really a thing. Because I mean, we have like and a lot of the highly processed food, a lot of it's done, I think, uh, almost like an assembly line. They have like a process and a bunch of machines and stuff that is going through, but we don't have that for like fresh food, or like not like cooked food, like someone makes a meal or something. Can it really be that hard to have machines make a burger and have it come out hot and then have someone buy it? Is the question. But yeah, I don't think you'd be able to have that in your house. You don't personally support Nintendo after all they've done? That's fair. They're, I think part of it, I think part of it is just that they kind of have to, because of the country they're in. So, from what I understand, Japan's copyright stuff is extremely strict, and like with patents, there's the whole thing where if you don't defend your patent, then it's pretty much just voided because you've let everyone else get away with it. Why are you going after some random person? Um, and I think copyrights kind of maybe in Japan treated kind of more like a patent in the sense that like you have to defend the IP and just go after anyone that might be infringing on that. And they have to be very broad about that. I think to a degree it's kind of their fault, but then also it's different because it's Japan. And then yeah, I don't know what the exact copyright laws for Japan are, but I do know that they're a lot stricter. But then now if you're talking about the quality of the games as of late and the fact that everything's just been a remake, yeah, I kind of agree with that. The Switch as a console though, I like. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Um, the Nintendo game that I liked most recently was actually Legends Arceus. I didn't buy any of I don't have a single Switch Pokemon game that isn't, well, a mainline Switch Pokemon game. I have, what is it? I have Fire Red, Heart Gold, Black, and Platinum. But then I didn't get any on my Switch. But then I did get Legends Arceus, so in that way, I feel like I'm supporting them actually doing new things. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Nintendo. I'm using Pygame, right? Yeah. Can you explain what's on my screen? It's just I'm drawing all the images. Real-time AI gen seems gimmicky to you. You think in a lot of cases you'd be better off handcrafting content but using AI in the workflow. I think you're talking about the games thing. Yeah, for like an AI generated game where it's like real time generating the environment. I do feel like it's gimmicky as well, but I think there might also be a market for that. It depends how good it is. Because what are people doing when they're playing on games? A lot of times, I guess for like the adventure genre, there's potential there. It depends on what genre it is. Like some genres could work, some couldn't. And then it would have to be kind of like a subset within that genre that it appeals to, because it's going to be missing a lot of things that are part of pretty much any genre. So to a degree it would be gimmicky, but it might be enough of a gimmick that it becomes its own thing. Essentially, it's basically its own genre at that point. Because remember, there's like one of the most widely used, I guess, AI products is character.ai. And I haven't checked, but I think they're still doing well. I don't know, but people really like that apparently. So now think of that, but a whole world, and that would probably capture an even bigger market than character.ai. I don't know if people got bored of that or not. So that's probably the question: is are people still using character.ai? Because that's the closest thing or that's probably the indicator you would look at to see if there's potential in that idea. Making a good burger is hard. I don't know. I've never made a burger. Seen on YouTube that Japan has some cool innovations in food services, like vending machines and restaurant/delis that have robots cook your food. I'm curious how that ends up working out financially for them. Because that's the real question. Is it just a gimmick where it's like, oh, people are going there because they think it's cool? Or is it that it's actually it would do well at scale and it's not just people going there for the gimmick? It's interesting though, because you would think, like, if you think about the prices of food in Japan, I think relative to how much the people make in Japan, the prices for food in Japan are way lower than they are in the U.S. So you would think that like some place like the U.S. would be one of the first places to try to automate food. I'm surprised that Japan's been doing that. You understand Nintendo? Imagine your whole thing is just games and consoles. You live off that money, and then people are just pirating all your games. I don't think anyone complains about them pushing against piracy. The issue is like emulators that they go after. Well, some of them, I kind of get it with like the newer ones, but like with the older ones where you can't really buy the games anymore. And then they're not even distributing copies of the games. Like for example, I've used the Dolphin emulator to play Wii games, and I ripped the games off the CDs myself. I didn't pirate them. Actually, probably not something I should be saying if I'm considering releasing a game on Switch, but maybe they won't find it. But yeah, I ripped Mario Kart off. Mario Kart, and I ripped, what else did I rip? I did Mario Kart and Twilight Princess. I ripped off of actual discs that I legally, well, technically, it's my siblings and I collectively own it. I guess, or actually, I'm not sure. Though I know that's the case for our Mario Kart copy. I don't know. But I don't remember if if Twilight Princess was for anyone in particular. It might have been. But yeah, anyways, the issue that people take with Nintendo is not them pushing against piracy. It's that they use that as an excuse to go after things that aren't like directly piracy. Like they'll go after emulators, which, like I said, I get if like people like for, I don't know, Switch emulators. I don't know what the situation is with that right now. But like old consoles where you can't buy the games anymore, I don't really get it. And then the bigger issue for me, because like I also wouldn't, like, if they were just going after the emulators, I would not really care that much. The bigger thing for me is that they go after fan games, and yeah, that just seems rough. But then if you look at that from the legal standpoint with the laws that they go after the fan games when it looks like their profit, like from what I understand with the fan games, it's just that you mainly have to make sure that there's no way you're taking in money at all. You can't have a Patreon, you can't have anything, you can't have, like, you definitely can't be selling something. You can't be taking any money at all. And so what's happening in a legal sense is like, oh, someone's profiting off of your IP and you're not defending it. And then you lose the rights to, I guess, do something about it if someone does something more egregious. And then I think with piracy, it's the same thing, or maybe a similar concept. I don't know. Now the real question is, am I going to get in trouble for pix carts? I'm going to have to change up some of those maps. How old am I? I don't think I'm an unk. It's in the FAQ in my Discord server. I'm 23 right now. Fruits and veggies are kind of expensive in Japan. So I wasn't talking about the actual food itself. So if you're actually looking at food prices relative to incomes, I think isn't the U.S. actually one of the best places in the world? I'm not sure about that. But we do grow a lot of food here while also being while also having a very strong economy, because normally agriculture results in a poor economy, but so we have that mix here where it's a good deal. But what I was comparing was the cost of like buying food from a restaurant, not like if you want to buy a vegetable at a grocery store, because Japan doesn't have, I think they have to like import most of their food, right? Because they're mountainous country, they don't have much place to farm. Yeah, look, like I said, what it is just that if you order from a restaurant, you can get stuff for like really cheap. So it's like it seems to be that the labor there going into the food, or I don't know what's going on there, but for whatever reason, the added price from a restaurant for food is very low. I wasn't. I'm not sure why you bring up Japan's work culture. Not what I was talking about. I wasn't recommending people move there. How much profit am I guessing to get from Yawnoc? My original goal was 10,000. It looks like I should exceed that. The metrics I have are suggesting 20 to 30,000, or actually more 20 to 40,000. And then I'm hoping that, so the way people do it is they go off of the price you set and then assuming like certain conversion ratios and other stuff like that. And the idea is that, well, if a game's priced higher, you're going to get less sales, like lower conversion rates. There's a higher threshold for someone to buy a more expensive game. But then there's also a component of it where people are, in those calculations, people are assuming the game is priced a certain way based on the content of the game. And so it's like if you've got like a $5 game, normally you're not. Normally the idea is going to sell at a certain rate because it's a game that's made to be $5. Whereas with Yawnoc, what I'm hoping is going to happen is that people are going to look at the game and think, this is a really good deal for $5, and I'm hoping to get a better return than what the analytics suggest because I'm underpricing it. So in theory, if I'm underpricing it, that would mean that I would be able to get the most if I actually price it a little bit higher, but I want to lean towards more people playing the game. And then also I want to play it on the safe side. I would rather underprice it than overprice it. But the side effect of that is that in theory I should get more sales for my numbers than what is statistically normal. Because most games that are priced at $5 do not have as much content as Yawnoc. So we'll see. In South Korea, you've heard that fruits are expensive and considered as somewhat of a luxury consumption item because they have to import all of it. Well, isn't that also just an Asian thing in general, where it's like you can buy super fancy fruits as gifts and stuff? I don't know. There's also probably much more fruit consumption in Asia overall. I consume a lot of fruit. Based on Google Trends, character AI peaked in May 2023 is maintained about 25%. 25% for something like that is actually pretty good. Like, here, let me pull up an example for you. That's a good example. Whoa, what happened there? Something happened. How do I do this? Can I do a different year? No, that's not what I want. 2022? Okay. Here's an example. So this is Hugh Flowing. This is Hugh Flowing's download analytics. You get like 700 and something in a day, and then it drops, and then you're looking at like 10 per day. With stuff, anything on the internet, you're going to have and especially if it catches on like a trend or something, you're going to have a big spike that's oftentimes orders of magnitude above where your resting level is. For that to only drop down to 25% as opposed to like 2% is a pretty big deal. That's a pretty good retention in my opinion. So yeah, I'm actually surprised by how high that number is. I bet if you looked at some other things, it would be lower. Probably not. ChatGPT is probably, like, if you did the same thing with ChatGPT, it would probably be higher because it's more in the news constantly. But like character AI, I mean, like, I've not seen it in the news constantly or anything like that. So I get it. It's the 25% I feel like is more organic rather than hype. And that's why I suspect that there's something there. How do I price games based off of how much effort you put into it, amount of content in the game? What metric do you use to determine how much you should sell a game for? There's a lot that goes into it. The funny rule you can use was the rule that I use for buying games, is that I want to spend $1 an hour, around $1 for an hour that I play or less. So now that I have like a job and stuff, I'm like fine saying maybe $3 per an hour. I wouldn't really go above that. So there's a bunch of ways you can do it. I wouldn't go strictly off of content, because the weird thing about content is it's just like how much of it is you grinding for something versus how much of it is actually interesting and uniquely engaging. Like, so for example, if you're just grinding a bunch, I would weigh that less. So to a degree, I do it based on content, but then there's also the more artistic games where it's short, but they put a lot of effort into things thematically and artistically and stuff like that. And people like those games, and that's fine. So you can do that from that angle as well. And when they're doing that, they're doing it more from the angle of they had to put in this much effort. And ultimately, you're competing with people who are also making games who are trying to turn a profit. So to a degree, it's going to be scaled based on what other developers are capable of doing within that genre. Yeah, so in a sense, all of it's going to be based on how much work goes into it. So it's a mix of kind of those two things: is how much work you put in, and then how much enjoyment someone can get out of the game. And obviously, the good thing is when you can find the game where people are going to get a lot of enjoyment out of it, you don't have to put very much work in it, and then you can sell it at a decent price as a result. Yeah, there's other things to think about too, and actually, in the case of Yawnoc, there's a certain mindset that comes with the way you price games in this genre, and I think I just wanted the expectations to be lower for people coming into the game, so I'm fine with doing that. And actually, a good example of this is Smelly Frog's last Frogger game that he priced at $1, and it was definitely underpriced. He could have gotten away with 5 pretty easily, maybe even 10. I wouldn't have done 15, but yeah, he could have gotten away with like $5 or $10, but then priced it at $1, and people took notice of that, and it actually did pretty well. He didn't make nearly as much as he could have if he priced it at $5 or $10, but a lot more people played it. So yeah, there's different things that go into that. And yeah, Yawnoc's gonna be $5. So do I price the game based on country? Oh, that's the. I don't know what he said. I don't really watch his stuff, but that's just a feature in Steam. Steam has regional pricing by default. When you release the game on Steam, it'll automatically reprice it for different regions. So like when people buy my games in China, they'll pay like a tenth of the price or whatever. Um, so that's normal. Um, don't sell yourself short. You can always put the game on sale. That the psychology of that works differently though. It's like, eh. I would rather have a game that makes half as much money, but then has really good reviews, than to have like half of the bad reviews that are coming in being because, or they wouldn't. I guess they probably wouldn't explicitly say it's because of the content, because I don't think that would be an issue even if I did $10 or $15. But they would be more nitpicky about other things, and as a result of the price. So I would prefer to have the higher ratings. Because another thing to think about is that I'm only putting like 300 hours into this game to begin with, so I'm not actually putting that much time into it. But like, I don't feel like I'm selling myself short doing $5. I could make more money doing 10 or 15, but I'm still getting a good return. Even if I make $10,000, what is that? It's $33 an hour. So that's a pretty good return. It's not a software engineering job in America, but that's a good return. And if I hit the 20 to 30,000, that seems more statistically probable based on my analytics, then that's more than I make at my job here. So that I'm fine with that. You should take into account those who are willing to spend the $5 because it doesn't really matter if the game is good or not. They are willing to risk the $5. Well, that's kind of the idea, and like those people are going to be. Well, you get more people that are going to be pickier about the quality of the game when you price it higher. This is why games do DLC, seasons, live services, etc., so they can keep getting those bumps. I think the reason behind that is because the most profitable games are live service games. It's not about maintaining interest because you can make a new game constantly. It's about providing a service, a continuous service. And there's a compounding effect there that you can't get if you're just making a new game constantly. And then also investors like it because then you're getting a more stable return. But what happens is that the idea of whales where someone will drop $1,000, $10,000 on a game, they won't do that for a game that's just going to not have any if people lose an interest in a game after 6 months, people are probably not going to be dropping like $1,000, $10,000 on a game for like skins or whatnot. So what was I saying? I completely lost my train of thought again. I started thinking about something else while I was talking. That's not what happens. But yeah, like, oh yeah, there is the compounding effect. There's a compounding effect where, yeah, people are willing to spend that money because it's a game that's continuously supported. Um, and then that's where the money is. So in order to get that, you have to have a game that survives more than a couple months. Um, and then to have that happen, you have to keep pushing out updates. I don't think it's as much about maintaining interest in a product of yours as it is trying to reach that audience of people who are willing to drop $1,000 or $10,000 on a game. You only have 10 hours of game dev each week. Can you make a commercial product in 6 to 8 months that would make at least 5K on Steam? Well, it depends on how good you are. Well, let's see what I'm doing here. So you said 6 to 8 months. You said 10 hours a week. You got 10 times, you got, what is it, 4.5, 4.4 weeks in a month, times, and we'll do 7 months in the middle. Oh wait, this is not Python. You got 308 hours. That's almost exactly how much time I'm putting into Yawnoc. So the answer is yes. Because I'm almost certain that Yawnoc will make at least $5,000. Because, like, I mean, Super Potato Bro, Drawn Down Abyss, they're in the, I think they average 3 point something thousand. Maybe they're getting up on 4. Those ones are made in 100 hours. So Yawnoc is a bigger game. I'm better at game development now, so I don't see what would undersell. The market's more competitive now, and that's a contributing factor. So you can't make a game like Super Potato Bro nowadays and get and do as well as I did. Yeah, so it's definitely doable, but I wouldn't expect to like just learn game development and then like within a year or two be able to do that. Talking about $5 here, $5 equals to 400 rupees, and gaming is something which Indian parents really want their kids to stay away from. If you had 400 rupees, you'd buy it, but financially you can't. Well, like I said, there's going to be regional pricing. That's the default on Steam. So I don't know what it is. Actually, I can probably pull it up. Let's see. I don't think I can show you the actual pricing page. I think it's protected, but I can check. Let's pull it up. Because they generate that the moment I set the price. View and adjust pricing. What, you said rupees? Yeah. Where are the rupees? Indian rupee. Okay, so the regional price for India is 250 rupees. 250 rupees to dollars. So it's like $3. Am I gonna make a video? I'm still going to make a video talk about how to make my avatar. I would like to at some point. I just have a lot of other stuff going on. How do I manage job and game development? That's my next. I keep peeking my microphone. I need to like move it away or something, or stop speaking directly into it. But yeah, my next video is hopefully going to be, and I'm going to have it done next week, is a video about how I manage my job in game dev. So you can answer on that soon, hopefully. I have a. Can I just like? Let me just test something. What's that? I can like turn it down a bit, and maybe that helps. Make myself a little bit quieter. Maybe it'll stop peaking. Yeah, so I got a lucky arrangement where I only do 32 hours a week. So, and I get full-time benefits like healthcare and stuff. So, I do have a bit of extra time to work on stuff. So it works out nice for me. But there's a fair bit that goes into that still. And then, I mean, it's not like I'm just doing a 40-hour week and just, hey, goes to game dev. Um, it like there'll be days where I'll work 9 hours because of the way I have my hours staggered, and then I'll come home and then work another 4 after having on top of the 9 hours like an extra hour of commuting or something like that. So there's a lot of days where I'm just working nonstop. So I'm optimizing for player base or earnings, a mix of both. So it's most a lot of people go just for our earnings. Um, I'm leaning more towards player base than most people. Um, because also, if you think about it, the best point for earnings is also not terrible for the player base. So like, it's not like you price your game at $1,000 to try to make the most money. You price your game at what the market thinks is reasonable. And then going below that is just increasing your player base at the cost of your revenue. Um, I do think most games try to maximize earnings. So I'm leaning more towards the player base than most people. Am I installing Yawnoc on Steam or itch? Steam, and then I might do itch like a year later. I'm going to try to get on trending on Steam, which is why I'm not going to do itch immediately. It seems like $7.99 basically gets you as many sales as 2. I would disagree with that. See Smelly Frog's game. I do not think that he would have gotten as many sales as his game were $8. If you're talking about sales count and not revenue. Am I on Twitch also? No. I have a Twitch account. I don't stream on it. By selling the game for $1, you get a huge player base. Then you release the next game with $5 for $5 with that huge player base. That's part of. You can do that, but you can also make a free game and then make a paid game and get even more players. So there's a bunch of different ways you can go about it. What is the return policy? The same as Steam. So a lot of this stuff is dictated by Steam. Like on Steam, the developer doesn't handle the returns, Valve does. If you add comments to the return, the developer can look those up, but Valve's the deciding factor as to whether or not your return will be accepted. Hi, Toucan. Do I have a base in art before I started pixel art? Not really. I mean, I kind of drew things every now and then, but no, I mostly figured it out. If you look at my 10 years of game development video, you can see what my pixel art used to look like, and it's very obvious that I was not good at art. Why don't I use PyCharm? I used to use Idle, and then I use Atom. I don't really care that much about my ID. Assuming the game is where what is? Oh, you're saying that the $7.99 versus $2 game get the same amount of sales if the game is priced appropriate to the content. So you're saying like a game that's the quality of an $8 game is going to be just as well as the $2 one. Yeah, I agree with that. Yawnoc looks like it could be a $20 game. I think I'm using some tricks there. I know what I'm doing when it comes to making, or I guess there's certain parts of marketing a game that I do know how to do. I have the analytics from my like 20-something Game Jam games. I can see, based on the information I put out there, how high the download conversion rate is, how well it does in views and stuff like that. So I know some tricks to make the game look like it's probably got more value than it actually does. And I mean, yeah, I definitely put some of that stuff up front. So the actual content, like I'm looking at, what is it, 20 weapons I don't know, 60 upgrades, 20 enchantments. So it's not super high numbers in terms of content. I mean, you can play the game and have a fun experience for like several hours in theory. Maybe if you really got into grinding the enchantments, yeah, you could get like 100 hours of fun out of it, I think. But I mean, I don't think that it would be a $20 game. I could probably price it there and get away with it. But I think that's the point where I'm hitting. The critiques would be a bit, a fair bit more intense than I would like at that price range, and also like selling a game for $20 that I only put 300 hours into, for me doesn't make much sense. Yeah. Just use cat and type it from top to bottom. Not sure what that was in response to. I forgot. Free game and then a paid game is an excellent suggestion. I'm actually doing that backwards because my next year I'm going to release a bunch of free games. So Pixcarts is going to be free. And then I think the VR game that, who knows if that one will come out or not. Pixcarts will be released. But the other one I want to do, the VR thing, I'm not 100% confident on that. I'm really excited about it, which means that hopefully something should happen and it's not too complicated to do. Yeah. Anyways, so I'll be releasing a bunch of free stuff next year, and I'll probably do more game jams next year too. I'd like to get back into that. I haven't done the Elk Jam in a while. So, yeah, I'm going the other way around. Well, to a degree, there is the fact that my YouTube channel got off the ground because I've been making like tutorials and stuff for free. I've been making stuff for free this whole time, and that's gone into some momentum for Yawnoc. So I've been doing it both ways. You cannot stand the chili peppers and potato, bro? What's wrong with the chili peppers? Should you want C# or Python, given that you're a new computer science student and you want to get into game dev? I mean, if you want to work with people, you should not be getting into Python for game development. If you just want to do it for fun and maybe you're looking for a general job in computer science later, Python's a pretty good option. But there's also a lot of C# jobs. But the C# people probably wouldn't appreciate experience of someone coming from like Unity to some random .NET job as much as people would respect like someone who's making games with Python going into like a normal Python job. So, but yeah, if you're wanting to work with people, you're not going to really find that many people that do Python game development, which is kind of a problem. And then also there's a whole different, I guess, progression curve that you're dealing with. With Python game development, the very first like week is going to be easier, and then the first year is going to be, well, actually the first, I guess, couple years probably going to be harder, and then at a certain point where for some genres it becomes easier again, or rather you're more efficient. So there's a lot of trade-offs there. I might do a video about, well, actually no, I have a video I want to do, but I want to make a video that's like the case for Python game development that goes into depth on kind of the trade-offs there. I have my video about game engines, but has nothing to do about Python specifically. A lot of people critiquing that video complain about the fact that I use Python, but that wasn't the argument that was being made. And it actually wasn't even much of an argument about which one is better. It's just I think I had a more balanced stance, but yeah. I do want to make a separate video about Python specifically. And I would like to do that after Yawnoc, because I would like to have a newer game out when I make a video like that. Did I already finish making the Oswald fight? Yes. It's using the same AI as Jim. He just has a different weapon. and it's kind of annoying to show because I have to go hack the game to get to that wave. It's just think of the gym fight, but he's got a shotgun. I might make the AI fancier later, and I actually what I was thinking about doing is making it so that Oswald could roll and try to dodge your stuff. That would be cool. But I would do that as like a final polishing thing at the end if I want to do that. It's a lower priority. If you run basic code writing logic using Python, there goes your journey. Do anything you want. Yeah. It's not hard to switch between languages. Now, switching between engines and stuff can be a bit more complicated. That's why there is more weight to that decision than if you're like just in software. Yeah, you don't suggest yourself for 20, just saying that's what it looks like. Peers and teachers tell you to start with something hard, so C# was a better place, they said. Why? That's a weird stance. Because the trend is to get people into coding early with simple things that have the core thought process, but are easier to work with, like Scratch. And I think that's been very productive for a lot of people. So I don't see why you would immediately go and jump into something like where they would want you to go into something super difficult. It's about ramping up the difficulty as you go. Yeah, I do think it is useful to learn. I wouldn't even necessarily say C# because C# is a higher level language. It's just what is it, statically typed, as opposed to Python being dynamically typed. So it's that's the main difference, and it's a lot more verbose. And the way you run it is different. So it's not, a lot of the stuff you're doing is not necessarily lower level from a technical standpoint. So if you want to get more, I guess, technical experience, I would think that the hard one you would want to do is C or C++, probably C. I wouldn't throw in I was running stuff for learning purposes. I wouldn't throw in the random C++ stuff. I think C and Python gets you a pretty good mix early on if you want to have variety. Now C#, what you do get with C# is that it is kind of in the middle, in that it is statically typed, so you do have to think about types, which is something that I think a lot of people learning Python kind of don't think about enough. That can happen, and that might be why they would want you to learn it. Why do I use MS Paint? Why not? Can making games in Pygame help you get good jobs? You can include it on your resume. So I get the impression it would kind of be like a filter for which people hiring. Well, it doesn't. I don't think it helps you much with HR people. But when the engineering people are looking at your resume, if they see that and can recognize that, and if you've made something that's impressive with Pygame, if they can recognize the value in that, that's somewhat, it's a single green flag for the company. Not to say that the company as a whole is good, but it's a contributing factor that would make me think that it might be a decent company to work for. So to a degree, it's kind of like self-filtering. The people that are probably better to work for, I would suspect, would be more inclined to see that as valuable experience. What is my workflow in developing games? You struggle on what to do next so that's actually something I was working on recently is for Yawnoc. What I did, and I noticed this because the games that I got out because I planned out ahead of time the individual tasks that I wanted to do. And like down to a decently specific level. And it's not because it's not an issue of design in that it's like the game was poorly planned and that the game doesn't fit together or something like that. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that I would get to the point where it's like I'd procrastinate it because I'm not jumping straight into making something new. Every time I get to like, so basically every time I sit down to work on the game, if I didn't have it planned out ahead of time, then I sit down and I have to think about what I'm going to do, which just takes off the front bit of time I was going to be spending and makes every block of time I sit down and try to do something less productive overall. So I find it's better to, when you have get into one mindset where you can think about the whole thing at once and plan it all out and have the individual task planned out and what you want to do, which days and stuff like that. So I found that to be very helpful. And I'll talk about that in my next video, hopefully. Because that's one of the things that's been helpful with Yawnoc is that I've got like a list of things that I want to do for Yawnoc, it's every single day. Normally it wouldn't be that intense, but being able to sit down and immediately jump into something where I know exactly what I'm working on, and there's not like that decision paralysis is very helpful from a productivity standpoint. My opinion of game engines is the same as the videos that I already have about game engines. That's not really changed. Godot's pretty good. I ran into some annoyances, and I was talking about using it for VR stuff, but then now that I've got the Python VR stuff working, I'm leaning towards just switching fully back to Python. So that's where I'm at right now. When am I gonna make a cozy PvE MMORPG Souls-like life? Okay. I mean, a lot of those things are related to that other project I was showing recently. If you look at my, what is it, 2 videos ago? Isn't this old MS Paint? Didn't they change Paint in Windows 11? How did I get my... I got the old one. I found it somewhere. I forgot how I got it. Yeah, I don't like the new one. I hate the new one. It feels clunky. There's a lot of things for pixel art that just drive me crazy with the way the new one works. It's like the resizing and stuff. And like the way the canvas works. There's all sorts of weird things that probably make more sense for normal drawing that are really annoying when I'm trying to do pixel art in the newer version. So yeah, I'm using the older one. I need to, one of the things on my list is to make a pixel art tool that I would use instead of MS Paint, because there's a lot of overhead in the workflow with Sprite with file management that I absolutely hate. And it's like pretty minor stuff, and it probably wouldn't cost me that much time to be using Sprite instead. It just drives me crazy. So I only use it for animation. Or if there's like some specific thing, like if I need to like add an outline or something that I can quickly do in Sprite. But yeah, so I'm tempted to make my own thing. It's kind of like Paint. The other thing is, the thing that annoys me the most about Paint is that you can't change your tool with key bindings, I don't think. So yeah, you gotta like click up here. I'm used to doing it, so I can do it pretty fast, but that's one of the main, I'm used to Paint. But there's a couple of things I would like to change. And it would be cool if I could throw in animation and stuff here. So like, I already have PX Editor on my itch page, but I want to do something a bit better and get something that's really tuned for my workflow. Making games my way outputs unique content using engines and store assets taste very similar no matter the game built with them. I don't feel like I've worked with engines enough to know how prevalent of an issue that is. The pre-made assets thing annoys me. Like, yeah, that people will just reuse assets. I get it for like realistic games. So like, I mean, I play Pavlov, a VR shooter that's got more realistic graphics. I understand in realistic games why, and it doesn't annoy me as much in realistic games where they reuse or where they use pre-made assets. But if you're doing something more artistic, which is anything I make, rather than realistic, then yeah, you would. I don't see why you would use pre-made assets. And then yeah, as far as it affecting the design of the game, I've not used them enough to really know. There were a lot of things with Godot that didn't like annoy me. Is like I had a certain vision for the game. I wanted to do things one specific way, and then I had to fight with the engine to get it to go that way. um, and that kind of annoys me. But then I think what ends up happening is that, yeah, I think you get used to it as a developer. Is you start to think around the engine, and then so your idea of what a game could be is probably different. So, and I think the same thing happens when you're making a game from scratch. Is that the way I think about the design of the game has some thoughts about how it would be implemented on a low level, since I'm not using an engine built into it. So I think there's an influence that even comes from, like, for example, the big one is that I don't just randomly throw objects with full physics in my games because I don't have a physics system. So there's like random things where, because I'm approaching it from a certain angle, that the design of my games are influenced. And it is interesting though, because just because there's so many more people using engines, then yeah, I guess it becomes more unique, because yeah, there's less people making games from scratch like this, so the influence you get from that is more unique in the market of games. So it's interesting. Yeah, I'm on Windows 11. I'm hating it. If you look at the screenshots on the Yawnoc um, store page on Steam, you can see the little curved borders on the bottom, from the Windows. I need to. There's a way you can like essentially hack Windows so that you can get rid of the curved borders. That's the most annoying thing by far, is the curved window borders, because it cuts off pixels from the game, and all the screenshots for everything are supposed to be square, but then you take a screenshot and then you get the little curved corners in there, and it drives me crazy. There's some other things that are annoying too. I like Windows 10 more. Just I feel like I should probably be on Windows 11 because most people are using Windows 11 now. My other computer is on Windows 10, so I can test on both. I feel like it's good to be on the operating system that your user base is using when you're developing, because that way you know you're getting the most testing time on what people are going to be playing with, so you're most likely to catch any issues. That's also why I don't develop on Linux. I enjoyed developing on Linux much more. I would much rather be doing this on Linux. Although, like, for example, streaming on Linux is a bit of a hassle. Other than games, what do I include on my resume? I have all sorts of stuff that... Actually, you can look at my skills page on my website. That's the extent of this, what I'm willing to share publicly. There's other stuff that goes onto there too, but yeah, I mean, I have work experience. I've won competitions, like real life competitions. I've done lots of other stuff too. So there's lots of stuff I can put on there. Although in terms of actual coding projects, most of it is just games. I do have Hitblock though, which is a development project that's actually fairly successful. And that's public online as well. It's not like a secret or anything. Teachers here have the mentality that learning a harder language makes you appreciate simpler languages like Python. That's true, but I don't see why that makes it so that you have to learn it first. Why don't I use other technologies that could allow me to create more efficient games? I don't know what you mean. I'm guessing you mean optimized? I have a suspicion what I'm going to find out when I'm making my 3D game is that my 3D game is probably going to be more optimized than most of the VR games out there. But like performance is not really an issue. In games, it's like your game only needs to perform so well. After a certain point, no one really cares. As long as it's not lagging, then no one cares that much. So there's a certain point where you don't need to be investing the extra time into making games that run better. So if you're looking at it from a business standpoint where it's like, how much money can I get for the time I put into a game? For me, I get the best return using Python. It's as simple as that. And it's not just about the money, it's also about just making a good game, but like those things kind of go together. So it's like kind of indicative. So, but yeah. What do I think about competitive programming? I did it for a bit, won some competitions, but like I didn't go too far into it. The issue I had with it is it's like leak code stuff. It's not, it's something separate from like actually making things, which is what I care more about. So it's more about like, especially the higher up you get into programming competitions, it's more about knowing like the different algorithms and stuff, and being able to recognize when you see like one of the problems in the competitions, which algorithm you're supposed to use, and just writing it up quickly, making sure it works. You're not making something that's fundamentally interesting. You're more solving a problem that is intellectually engaging. So I've always been leaned more towards the product than the problem solving process. I enjoy the problem solving process for some things, but I enjoy it largely because of the project that I get in the end. So I don't enjoy programming competitions that much, because yeah, it's fundamentally not the same as everything else you do in software. Oh, I mean, it's the same as leak code problems in a lot of ways, but that's the extent of it. It uses a lot of the same skills, but yeah. Most people are still on Windows 10. Is that true? Let me pull up the Steam hardware survey. We shall see. August 2024, Steam hardware survey. Where are our operating systems? OS version. Here we go. We've got. Well, it looks like it flipped in August. So you may have been right like a month ago, but yeah, so it's 49% using Windows 11, and I was trying to get ahead of the curve. So like when I'm thinking about those decisions, it's like I'm looking ahead to when majority of the people consuming whatever I'm making are going to be doing that, and what the market's going to be like then, not where I'm at right now. I mean, like for example, if there's a reason why when you make a game for a Switch, they send out the development kits like way earlier so the developers can get a head start. So you're looking down the road to see what the market's gonna be like when it's applicable for whatever you're working on. So and I switched to Windows 11 when I built this PC, which was December last year. It was a convenient time to switch, but then also I looked at it and I saw, yeah, there's probably going to be mostly people on Windows 11 by the time that I release anything serious, and especially by the time that the majority of the people will have played anything serious that I've released. So, yeah, 49%. You're listening to this young man. What? You would prefer using SL2 and C than an engine. You have been C coder for 45 years. Yeah, it depends what you want to do. It's a lot of it is like, I mean, one of the biggest things that you can't really discount is that what would you have the most enjoyment out of doing it with? Because even if you do spend more time, if you're having more enjoyment doing it one way, you're probably more likely to keep working on it. So if you want to get something done, making it fun is also a way to do that. There's a lot of things that go into it, and there's lots of different reasons you could use different tool sets. That said, I do feel like when you get down to C and C++, you are leaning more into the area of either you're making something very specific where you need the advantages you get from that, or you enjoy doing it that way. When it comes to Python, I feel like there's more of a clear-cut case where there's certain projects where you can do it more efficiently than someone with a game engine can. I feel like that, like, as in, when I say more efficiently, I mean you can get the game done faster. So you just that's the set of projects where that's the case is larger for Python than it might be for C. So like I said, with C, you're leading more into either something very specific or something you're doing it because you enjoy doing it that way. Do any courses or resources where you could learn Python? I learned it from the Inventing Games with Python book, except I stopped at the point where it started using Pygame. That's how I learned. I don't have any good recommendations right now because I've not looked into that area that much. Windows 10 and 11 happens when you, by mistake, press the upgrade button. I intentionally got Windows 11 on this computer, though. Steam users are much more likely to be on Windows 11. And that makes sense because Steam users they may be more aware of the disadvantages of Windows 11, but then they're also probably more ahead of the curve on keeping things up to date, building new computers and stuff like that. Whereas some random old person who just uses their computer for browsing the internet and checking emails is probably not going to be updating their computers as often. So they're probably going to be behind the curve. And then especially once you get to corporations, they're going to be even way slower on adopting. So there's a reason why people are seizing XP. Yeah. Have you ever seen the backgrounds on Earthbound? I've seen Earthbound, but I cannot remember. I mean, aren't you just looking at the floor? Or is it like you walk up to a cliff and you can see things? Because that's also like in crosscode that happens. But I'm not sure what you're talking about. You should go back to Windows 7. I liked Windows 10. I like Windows 10 more than 7. The UI design. Windows 7 is interesting. I like the simple boxes. They're in like actual boxes, and that's the reason. Same reason I like Windows 10 is the reason I don't like Windows 11 is because they made the boxes round. Well, there's all the other stuff going on as well, but yeah. Anyways, it has been 3 hours. I should probably actually work on the game. I would like to at least get some of the menu there before I end the stream. I was not expecting 40 people to show up. Oh yeah, so part of the reason I'm streaming today is because there's this thing on YouTube. YouTube says that I think they've said that they don't take into account, or actually I don't have they said it. I don't know. The thing I've heard is that I think it's from YouTube. Is that they don't take into account like upload frequency for channel your like how well your channel does and stuff overall, like how much your stuff gets promoted in the algorithm. But then every single time I even stream, I get a bump greater than the number of viewers on the stream in everything else. And I've noticed if I go, it seems like 3 weeks is the limit. Once I hit 3 weeks without having like a live stream or a video, everything just kind of drops, which is with what's going on with Yawnoc right now, not ideal. It doesn't seem to be like a permanent thing. It doesn't seem to negatively affect me in the long run. But if I can stream right now and then get an extra like $200 or something in ad revenue because I put out a video, even if it's not directly coming to this stream, that's a decent deal. So keeping things active is good. And YouTube seems to weigh these live streams very heavily for some reason. Yeah. Anyway, so where am I going to put these? I could just put it, I'm very tempted to put it in the upgrades folder. I just throw all those circle icons in here. There's the next thing is in here. The secondary abilities are in here. I might as well throw it in here. It's an upgrade. Actually, I'll just put it in a difficulties folder. It's just gonna be its own folder with 4 images in it. I just noticed that I got called a young man and an unk in one stream. Okay, difficulties. This is... How do I want to do this? I can do it by the name string, but the name doesn't have like a lowercase string. It's gonna be annoying if I have to like name it, and also if I change the name, mess it up. I think I might just do it by the constant value associated with it. So let's just do 0, and then this will be 1. This is kind of scuffed, but who cares? I don't want to print that. No. 1. Okay, there are the difficulties. So now that I have got those, I can add them. Also, it's funny, the way I did these difficulties, this is so scuffed. Some things just happen because I don't bother changing them, and it's just the easiest next thing to do, and there's not too much of a downside, but it's really inconsistent and weird for some things. So I have this class of difficulties. It's just meant to be like an enum, but it also has a method for returning the other information about the different enums. And then the way you access it is by indexing an array rather than it being keyed. So you can get an index error if you've got a bad difficulty, or if I space them incorrectly or something, which is funny. Anyway, so this is where the difficulties are. So what it needs to be is I need a carousel. I think the first thing I need to do is to add the start option, into 2 carousels. This menu's gonna be really weird. Here, while I'm at it, let me just show you what happens with some of these other menus here. the weirdest one is the pause menu, which I think is also going to become the death menu as well, but I'm going to do it a little bit differently. This is a lot of... What difficult... Did I leave it on extra hard? I did, didn't I? I think I left this on extra hard. I'm gonna have to change that. Well, technically I'm adding the difficulty selection right now, so I can leave it, I guess. Anyways, so the thing I wanted to show... I can't really show it here. Is this menu. So the way these upgrades are going to appear as like a grid, it's a grid. So you got the grid here, and then you've got your two weapons here. So you have for the weapon, you can see the enchantments. I don't have any on this one right now. You have for this one, it's got the stats down on the bottom, which is also kind of weird, but I need the room because this whole area is going to be filled with upgrades at some point. But it's a weird menu. And then you've got all these, and then I have to add controller support to this. So it's like you have to have them linked together in some logical way. So a lot of these get really weird. But so this is the weirdest one. The weapon difficulty select is going to be the second weirdest one. So the code's in here. Here's the spaghetti for menus. Almost 400 lines. I don't know if this includes the settings menus. Does it? This is just the... Okay, so this does also contain the settings stuff. Or, where'd it go? Menus. Yeah, so this includes the settings, the main menu, and the weapon select. It's all spaghetti. So the one I'm reworking is... Where'd it go? Settings is on the bottom. Yes. This is it. So this is the block of code I need to rework. So, what am I gonna do? First thing first, we need a fight thing. You can throw that on the bottom. I also need like an index for what I'm hovering. This thing is tracking it. I use a different variable for the settings one, which is where more spaghetti gets involved. So this will track, I think, which row I'm on. So this, I reuse this for the main menu also, but so it'll be like, I don't know, 0 is actually probably around 0 is difficulty, 1 is going to be you're looking at the carousel for your weapon, and then 2 is going to be your fight button, and then yeah, so that's how I'm probably going to do that. So they're all going to be work differently. Well, okay, so the two carousels is going to be kind of similar, but then the fight button on the bottom is going to be completely different. So I'm going to have to do some spaghetti there. The question is, do I even want a for loop? This is the age-old question: do you need a for loop if there are only 2 options and you don't plan on adding a third? Mm-hmm. Half the time I just throw it in because it annoys me if I don't. But there's actual differences for each one because they have the contents are completely different. One's the difficulties and the other one's the weapons. And then the description that pops up to the right, if you saw at the beginning of the stream, is going to be completely different as well. So you interact with them similarly, but then visually they're different. So it's like, do I care about factoring that? Anyways, so let's put the fight button up here. I'll just throw it on top. We can leave the other stuff there. Who cares? Actually, let's put these in here. So what it was so it's going to be weapon select, and so rather than saying weapon select, it's going to be difficulty, and then it'll be weapon, and then it will be fight. So these are like the headings. Well, the fight one's actually going to be a button, except not a button. It's text you click, because that is the style of this game. Anyways, so this is approximately, how many pixels down is that? I'm gonna go with 42. That seems like a good guess. We will find out. And then this one should be near the bottom, so we can just do self.e game.display get height. And then minus, I don't know, I forgot how tall this font is. It's like 20. Wait, no, it should be in line with, there's like, hang on. It should be where that quit thing is. That's where it should be. Where's the quit? Main menu options. By 24. I was close. I almost estimated that. Okay, so those are our three options. I'm gonna comment out all this stuff over here because I will not be using that right now. I don't want it showing up, but I'm gonna be referencing it. So now if I launch this, I should get my three headings. Did I left enough space, and I was thinking about space, but I think visually I want there to be a bit more of a gap between the headings. So we're gonna go down to like 46 on that one. And then, yeah, that's good. And then, so on the x-axis though, I want this to be lined up as well. So what's this one on? Oh, it's just negative x offset, really? So 6 minus. This is gonna be plus 6 from, is that really? I'm gonna put my thumb up here and check. No, it comes out to the same spot. Why is it the same spot? If there's a 6 there. Oh, there's a plus 6 right here. Oh, spaghetti stuff. The things you see. Okay. Anyways, carousel time. Actually, no, I need to do the underline. So use the Bezier thing. Where's my Bezier? I think there's a Bezier for each option. The main UI Beziers. Do I just use one of the ones from? I'm just gonna use the first one from the main menu. I don't want to instantiate another one. Who cares? Okay, so this is gonna be our Bezier, and we want it to be, if we're selecting this option. How do I want to do this? Because there needs to be like an index management thing. But then the hitbox is going to work very differently for each one. Okay. Here's how I'm going to do this. For I in range 3. And then we'll do... I'm debating just doing like here, I'll make the first two options the same, and then the last one's going to be on its own. So if I is less than 2, then y offset equals, and we know we're off by 40, and then times I, and then you want to see something disgusting? Difficulty, weapon, I, and we'll do plus y offset. Factoring. And then we can do an else, and we do that, and then here's our Bezier, and then we need to have a hitbox. Oh, here's how we can do this. Y offset, we can do this by the, no, we don't want to do it by the text. We don't want to do it by the text itself because the actual hitbox for the difficulty and weapon stuff is going to be below the heading. Whereas for the fight button, it's going to be the actual text itself. I think the hitboxes need to be separate. So, boy. option R equals pygame.rect, and just do boop, 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 splat that, and how tall is this font? It's like 10? I don't know. And wait, how did I do it on the main menu? What's this hitbox at? It says 1 to the left, 5 up, it's 16 down. Wait, it's 1 to the left, but oh no, it's 7 to the left technically. It's fair. So it goes to. So realistically, the rect is actually going to be 0, and then position 1 minus something, minus 5. Plus, wait, no, and then it's, how to do the width? I just did 104, okay. That is acceptable. And it's 16 tall. And hovering, and then I just can copy this. There's some weird logic that I do not want to explain with how I handle hovering as a concept with the controller. And it works slightly differently for different menus because you controller things. All right. So if you're hovering it, you want the Bezier to popping out at you. Where's the? There should also be a tap sound when I do that, if it's not the old one. So, oh, and here it is. So if menu hover I does not equal I, play tap. So that's, if you change what you're hovering, you tap, and then where's my Bezier? Where's the Bezier? Here's the Bezier. So why? Wait, there's an alpha. Oh no. Are they all updated regardless? I think they are. So what I do is I mess with this rate thing. I think, right? Yeah, the rate tells the direction. So if I set this to positive, then it will progress. Otherwise, it goes negative. It will decrease. And then I'll do my Bezier equals that. And then, so that will make the Bezier pop out. Now I gotta place the Bezier. Bezier.draw. This is it. But I need the, the Bezier also has an outline, so I gotta render it 4 times. Wait, no, it's 5 times. Where's the 5th one? Oh, here's the 5th one. I should have really just made an outline thing for this, but whatever. This is the write bad code thing from the video. See the video. All right, we've got. Does this look right? No. Yes. No. Wait. How did I do this? So the font is offset by 6. I think the reason I did that is because the Bezier, I want the Bezier to be at position 0. And I can do the same thing here technically. So I can just do that and then put a 6 on the position. And then the Bezier is going to be, it was plus 18. And this is something like I could factor it, because this one button on this menu is going to be the same as the main menu. What is offset? Oh, that's just, this is offset. Okay. And then this needs to be unindented. I think the Beziers are all being updated. So, and then also technically this rate thing should not be under hovering. That should be under this one. Oh, and actually that's why it was over there. Because you want the sound to play for the controller too. So this is the mechanism that the mouse uses to change. This, oh boy. It's a different mechanism for, but then the last hover thing is, no, I think I'm gonna, there's some spaghetti that needs to be reconciled. Whatever. Do if that does not equal that, we'll go back to whatever we had before here, and then we'll sort this out later when I do the controller part for this, because I'm not going to deal with that right now. So we'll worry about the controller later. Just set the rate there. What else is there to do? There's that. That's different from clicking. Where's the clicking? Oh, is interacted including the click? I guess that makes sense. I think that's what I ended up abstracting it to. Okay, so if that, then you do whatever happens when entitle and prepare. And then where's the actual part where it sets the weapon? Because that needs to be set. I don't actually. There's probably a default on it. So it was new weapon, last hover. Where does it actually take that? How does it know what I chose? Does it say that the player dot? Wait, no, it's got to set the player dot weapon somewhere. Oh wait, right here. How we want to disable all of the settings interactions when ooh, yeah, wait, hang on here, got a few things going on here. And then so that handles that. The weapon needs to be here. I'm just going to hard code this so that the weapon is going to be, is this just a string? Yeah, it's just a string. We'll just lock it to the rifle for now, and then I can just sort that out later. But I think that should work for now. It'll probably crash. It didn't crash. And the Bezier is there. Look at that. Look at that Bezier. Look at that Bezier. And it works. Now, because, wait, do I hear the, okay. So if you go, that's an inconsistency I didn't think about. So you don't necessarily have to change the selected index. You just have to unhover and rehover. So the question is, were you hovering before? Is that I should determine the tap for the mouse. And this is where the things get so weird with the controller. Is because when you have the mouse, there's a whole extra state where you don't have anything selected, or you're not hovering anything. Whereas the controller, you're always hovering one of the options technically. So things end up behaving differently, and the way that manifests most substantially is with the sound effects. Everything else handles it more naturally, I think. That's why I had this thing. So I think I'll just do this thing. I will do that. And then this is generalized, so I can, last hover equals that, new hover, wait, what? Where's new hover being set to? Oh, hello. That is down there apparently. I did not notice that. So I will use this instead of this. And then instead of option, it should be I. Oh, is that going to do something weird? I hope not. We will find out. As long as I can go back and forth between menus, it should be fine. We will see. Okay, so now I can go back. Okay, now I want to do the alpha thing. I forgot about that. That's the last thing. Alpha. Ooh. Steal that. Take our alpha from our Bezier. And where does that get used? Alpha plus 50. Did I just like copy that in? No, I didn't. So this now has to go below that. But now it should fade in when I hover. Look at that. Nice. We've got our fight button. Next up is the weapons and difficulty carousels. I do have the arrow assets, and so the way this will work is I'll show 3 options. One of them is going to be in the front, and then there's going to be 2 kind of like faded in the back, and there's going to be arrows on each side. It's not too complicated to render, but then I have to make the buttons interactable. And then I have to go through this whole menu, make it work with the controller later. So, yeah, I think I'll do the difficulties first. I've got to load in difficulties. Just make sure it doesn't crash, and we're good. Okay, so the game should have access to the difficulty stuff now. All right, I'm gonna read some messages. You disturb my workflow. Yeah, that's normally how my streams go. Although that was, I just kept reading chat and stuff just kept happening for like 2.5 hours. That's probably the longest streak of that. Normally it's like I'll stream and that'll happen for like 30-45 minutes. That time it happened for like an hour. I don't know, I feel like I should do like talking streams or something at some point. As long as we all agree that Windows 8 UI was garbage. Yeah. I like the I do like the rectangles, but the like of Windows 10, I do not like the way they use colors in Windows 8, and then also it took you away from your workspace too much. Your start menu took your whole screen, and it's useful to be able to see what you were doing when you press that button. And also there's other stuff too. Oh, what other? I didn't actually use Windows 8, I don't think. I think I used it for like 6 months and then upgraded to Windows 10. Because I was on Windows 7 for a while. I don't think I used it long enough to remember what I hated about it. The biggest thing is the start menu. How many hours am I working on Yawnoc per day / week? It varies by day, but a week, it also varies. Sometimes it's like 40, sometimes it's like 10. Right now it's more towards the 40 direction. How do I do the circle transition? Circles and color keys. So you have one surface, you draw of a flat color, you draw another circle on it with a different color, and then you color key that circle. Well, you color key the image so that the second circle you draw is a color key, and it becomes a transparent part, and you can increase the size of the circle. That's kind of how it works. How do I package my games? Yeah, Pine Star is fine. There's tricks to making it not a virus, or not think it's a virus. It only goes so far. The problem is that people make viruses with Python. You can also use CX freeze, but I mean, generally, I just don't care. I think in Moonrabbit Collection, I made a batch file so that it gets around Windows freaking out about it. Because if the batch file runs it, it doesn't seem to get upset or something like that. I think that worked. There's other things you can do as well. I think you can there's another way you can build it that's more involved, that rebuilds some other stuff that makes it less likely to get flagged as well. We can look into that. If you're making a Steam game, it doesn't matter because Steam's launching it. The only time it matters is when someone double clicks the executable. So Windows works, I think. I don't think it ever pops up when you've got like a batch file open in it, which is kind of funny. Am I going to make the armadillo have an animation? It does. Don't you see him hammering away? Have I tried a game with Claude AI? No. Claude's not free, is it? I've not used any AI that isn't free. Actually, I haven't really used any AI. I haven't even messed with that stuff in like months. How good is Python for a small MMO? It depends on how you architect it. 200 is like reaching the threshold where it's like, yeah, you probably can't have them all on like one task from a server standpoint. So you do have to do something about the architecture. EVE Online is made with stackless Python. So like one of the biggest MMOs out there is done with Python. It's doable, but there's some technicalities there. And it varies depending on what you're trying to do. Windows 8 was like Google Pixel GUI? I don't think I agree with that. Because I have a Pixel. What is SRP? I don't know what SRP is. Anyways, back to carousels. The thing that goes around. Carousels. So let's do the middle things first. And then I'll do the arrows. Fortunately, because I don't have any other carousels like this, the closest thing is the thing in the settings menu. There's no standard for what the spacing should be and everything, so it's not going to look inconsistent with anything. I can just pick numbers out of a hat, and as long as it looks okay visually, I can get away with it. It's not going to annoy anyone for being inconsistent. So this is going to be hopefully pretty easy. So actually I got two carousels here. How do I want to do this? So I need like an option ID in the, actually here's what I'll do. Did I have a variable for weapon selection? So there's last hover, but there's no actual weapon selection variable. Okay, so I have a mess of constants right here, and I'm just gonna make this worse. As of Python 3.8 or whatever, dictionaries are technically ordered. So this is an ordered list, and I will use it as such. Wait, no, but I can't call index on it. But I can call list on it and call index on it. So I'm going to do something very disgusting here. And then difficulty options equals, do I literally just do... We'll do that. Here, okay, I'll do this the better way, and I'll dump that into const. There's so many constants in here from before I had a const file that I do not care to move. All right, so I need to convert this to the name of the image. And well, now it needs to be converted to the image itself. So the way this is going to work is image. Oh wait, and I have to get like 3 of them too. So you've got your selection index of the weapon and the difficulty that has to be converted into the image that you're looking up, but then also the neighboring 2 of the carousel. So I don't have a weapon selection index here, so I'm going to have to add one. We'll just do self-set selected weapon equals 0. Self-set selected difficulty equals 2. No, 1. 1 is the default one. This is another thing that goes a lot into telling people which is kind of like the default. The description also tells you which setting is the default. Anyways. So I need to convert it. I need to grab the neighbors and then render them. So I need to go range 3. So for J in range 3, oh, this is going to be disgusting. If I is 0, this will be difficulties, because the data is stored completely differently. We do self dot, wait, you need, it's actually just plus and minus. Okay, so len difficulty options, j equals that, or j mod that. That's what loops it. And then we got to look up that image. So this one's the easier one. So image equals, and then I can do self.e assets.images difficulties strj. This is so cursed. Okay, there's our image. And then I also need a if j is 1, the alpha, oh no, image dot set alpha 120. We want the ones on the side to be a lower alpha. If I is 2, 1, wait, yep. And this will be weapons. And then we got to grab our weapon index. So j equals, wait, oh no, this is going to be j plus self dot difficult, no, wait, selected difficulty current, wait, is it not here? Oh, it is. Selected difficulty. My autocomplete did not see it there, I guess. And then we do this, and then we do len of, I think, weapon unlocks? Yeah, weapon unlocks. And then image equals, oof, okay, wait, so weapon unlocks list, and then we do j, and then that will give us the weapon string, which I believe is what we need to render the weapon itself. Weapon image is, yeah, weapon underscore icon. So it should be weapon equals that, and then we do image equals self.e assets.images weapons. Was that what it was? And then f weapon icon, and then I think I yeah, dot copy. And then now that we have our images from our options, and then this, oh wait, selected, that's not what I wanted. Weapon. Those variables control the selection, so we can rotate our carousel if we change those variables. We still have to create the interface to do that. But let's add the part where the images are rendered. Just steal a little bit of self.e render.blit image to It's gonna be below the heading. 6 minus, wait, it's gonna be, have some space for the arrows, which are gonna be, I think they need like 10 pixels, so it's like 16 minus self.x offset, and then 18 plus y offset, I think, something like that. And then z equals 999, group equals UI if j is 1 else 9998. The things you do. Okay. And then that should be our carousels. Hopefully. We'll see. Woohoo! That's not right. What happened? Oh, I put them all in the same spot. So we need the original J. We don't want this, we're gonna call this loop J. Oh boy. And then this plus J times, and I think these things are like 16 across or something, so we can do 14. So something I forgot about is I gotta center them too, because things. The issue is the weapons are not all the same width. So now we gotta throw in minus image that get width over 2. And then, but then this X position becomes wrong. I need to account for that being bigger, so we go up to like 24. There we go. So now that the Y placement's not great and the alpha's a bit low, I think I can turn that up to like 170. Or maybe like 65. So the Y placement's not great. We can do 21. 21. Okay, that's a little bit better. I think the Y and the P needs more space. It's like 24. That's better. So why? No, that's not the right difficulty. Why is it on? It should be 1. That is 2, I believe. If I am correct, I believe that is difficulty 2. Why is that there? Oh, -1. Because the middle one is the offset we're looking for. So it goes J is 0, 1, 2, and then when it's 1, that's pointing at our actual selection because there's 3 items in the carousel. There we go. So the rifle is the first one. Yeah, there we go. So the weapons make this a bit weird with the arrows. I might want to pop these out a bit more and give more space on each side. Because the guns get pretty wide. So yeah, I'm gonna move these out to like we can do 30 actually. We can just place some arrows. I can use the arrows I used for the settings stuff over here. Where are these? Are these this the settings? Yes. Pointer, no, don't want that. Where is, I'm looking for a bullet. Yes, here it is. This is, yep. You know what, I can just like copy like all of this. I mean, it needs to render regardless. The question is the alpha level. So, let's do it this way. Focused equals false. Just throw in extra variables because who cares? It's not the most elegant way to do this, but whatever. And then, so yeah, I want these always to be focused, well, visible, but not always the if image.set alpha 255 if focused, else, and then we can do like the 165. And then we do that for the right image too. And then they need to rect. I'm in the wrong thing. That's not correct. I am in the main menu, not the weapons menu. This needs to go over here. Oh, I don't have this logic on here yet. We'll do that later. Okay, so for now, we'll just say focus equals false. Focused equals false. Actually, it really only matters for these ones. Focused equals false. And then drop that right there. This is going to become the arrow logic. It's got some control code in there. Okay. Don't need like a lot of this. So it'll be at like 6 is where it should be placed. And then none of that counts. The Y position, I don't know how this compares to the images. I think it's shorter. So it goes at 24 plus, actually probably like 26 plus Y offset is my guess. And then the weapons is going to get weird because the weapons are like, ooh, wait, the weapons. Oh, this should all be like, this should be vertically centered as well. So minus image.get height over 2. And then that means that this number also has to increase by 8, I think. So that becomes 32. But now that means that for this rect I can do, I don't want it to, it should be actually probably just minus 8 on that, right? So, and then what I do is I just say 16 right here. And then on the x-axis, this can be pretty wide. Wait. Is that right? Yeah, I guess that's fine. So the rect will be placed with a big hitbox, I guess. I think I gave it 10 pixels of space. So actually what we want is for this to go a little bit left. So I gave it 10 pixels of space to the right. I think do, here, let me just check the size of these things. Should be a misc. Does this have the outline? Yes, it does. Okay, so however big this thing is, 6 pixels wide. Okay, so we do 2 on each side, and that gives us a width of 10. And then this is who knows what number. It's 30 plus 24 is 54 plus 2? I don't know. We will find out. Okay. Get rid of all this junk. Don't need this. And then the Y position is going to be the exact same as the other one. So all that's going to be the same. The collision stuff, that's fair. Oh, actually, that's an interesting thing. Do we want to highlight it when it's hovered or when the area is hovered? Because I want the thing to always be visible. It's interesting. So actually, I'm going to take out the whole focus thing and actually just do it based on these as fully independent. So you set the alpha, this does not need to be an alpha statement. Set the alpha to 100 And if you glide with the mouse or you're in controller mode, that's gonna be or that and I is self.menu hover. Yeah, it's the same thing below. Then that's equivalent to hovering it. Why is it? Okay. So this means that we want to change our index. We play the sound. And so the way this will work is, boy, self dot, if I is 0, we want to change the difficulty to the left. So self dot select the difficulty equals, and we just do this. Self dot select the difficulty -1, and then you mod that by this thing to get it to loop. I mean, technically, I don't think I actually have to because it's already moduloed, but it's whatever. If I is 1, and then we can do the weapon, and boop, and then that's gonna be len weapon unlocks. So that will let that rotate, and don't need to do that anymore. Can copy this over here, replace this, and then instead of -1, it becomes +1. All right, now the images. I'm gonna do this based on the rect because I don't want to think about this. I can do this part, I guess, but left r dot x +2, left r dot y plus, and it's 16 pixels tall. Well, this is 10, which means I've got 3. And then this only needs to be happening if it's hovered. Oh boy. Get alpha as a function, right? It's not. I'm just going to use this as my variable. I'm curious. I'm pretty sure it is. Yep. So literally, this is cursed, but if left image that get alpha 255, or get alpha is 255, else 0. Behold. Where did I just go? Went off somewhere. I hit page up instead of home. Okay, so now we just change this to right R, and then right image, and then in theory that gives us our arrows that should be able to click. Hopefully. We'll see. It's probably going to be placed horribly. It's not terrible. It rotates. The right one's not placed correctly, but I can select things. That one didn't work. Int has no... I did len twice. That's a new one. Okay. So the right arrow is placed wrong. What a surprise. Let me check the spacing on that and see what it should be. I'm going to eyeball this. Okay, so the left one is good. For the weapons, it's good. And I want this to be consistent for both of them, so I just have to deal with the fact that, yeah, the weapon images are wider than the difficulty one, so the right one needs to be fixed. I think I did it off the center. Notice it's the left side is perfectly on the center of that right one, right item. So that means I'm 8 plus, who knows? I think I'm just gonna eyeball this. It's gonna be easy that way. This is not enough, I don't think. Nope. I can actually count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's a gap of 10, and I've got 1, 2. So I need plus 8. Um, 74. That should be symmetrical, right? No, it's not. I don't think. I got one too many. I'm just eyeballing that, but I think that's one too many. I think what happened is I took the wrong offset as comparing to when the other pointer was moved from the right and left movement. So it's like 73. So here. Actually, I think, so the way this should work, the way the highlighting should work is that if you're in controller mode, it should highlight it if you've got that thing selected. Otherwise, it should highlight it if you're hovering it. That's what it should be. Oh, and actually that's what the code is. So now I just have to make this part rotate, and then I think it's working pretty much. So I'm gonna make it so the controller can change the menu hover I, which I think I can already do. What is changing this? That is a question. I think that's some code up here. I forgot where that is. Yeah, here it is. That's not gonna be the correct number anymore. This is now gonna be 3. And then does that do it for me? I think that might. Let's see. Well, first of all, the mouse stuff works fine. Oh no, apparently didn't I fix that, or did I write that twice? I must have written that twice. Okay. So here's all the stuff working. Now let's see if the controller works. Controller. Why? Ooh. Something's funky with the right arrow. But why are they also inverted in their motion? That's trippy. Or rather, I forgot to invert them. Oh yeah, that's something that needs to be fixed. But I'm rotating both of them. Okay. Yeah, so there's something that needs to be fixed there, but it kind of works. It's mostly bug fixing. It's not a fundamental issue. Okay. So the first of all, the right arrow is hovering. Oh, here's the thing. That needs to be. Wait, no, that's correct. But yeah, so this needs to be minus. Should be minus on the left and plus on the right. Actually, it doesn't matter because it's cosine. Whatever. Because it goes -1 to 1, so it doesn't matter. They just need to be opposite. I could actually just write sine there. That's also an option. Oh wait, no, that's not correct. No, because the phase is offset by like, it's not inverted. It's just like halfway to the. Anyways, what was next? Okay, so something was wrong. Oh, this was wrong. Where did that come from? Oh, I wrote that by hand a moment ago, and then I forgot to do it on the other one. Okay. There we go. So now it just spins the one that I'm messing with. So that works nicely. You can understand what is going on. It's easy to navigate this menu, but then with a controller, but then I can also use my mouse and go through these. So now I got to make them work, but then after they work, I got to do the descriptions thing, because if you saw the thing at the beginning of the screen, there's a thing that pops up on the side and shows the descriptions. So first of all, let's make this actually set the difficulty. That should not be too difficult. All I gotta do, actually literally, I'll do it here. I think this is a render call, but who cares? This game, I've thrown so much like actual update logic into the render calls that they're really not render calls at this point, but whatever. We will do, it will be if I is 0. Wait, literally just, actually we don't have to do it like that. We can just go up here and go self dot selected weapon list weapon unlocks. And then you take that, and then you do weapon on, this is so cursed. Actually, no, I think it's just, where's that code I threw in there that sets the, here it is. That's what I need. So we want to update the player's weapon with whatever is selected. And then that will be that. And then self.e game, self.e state dot, and I think it's difficulty set equals self.selected difficulty. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Where's state? So yeah, I did leave it on extra hard. So actually we don't want to, wait, when is reset called? Is that just called, so it's called here and here. So called on restart and when it opens up. Okay, so that's fine. I will add like it's saving whatever your previous choices were at some point, but that's for later. Anyway, so our difficulty set should be set to our there's a really easy way to tell. And then the weapons should be even more obvious because you can see it in the moment because the players can be changed. So we'll set it to the easy one, and then rotating the weapon, you can see changes that I really need to work on the controller navigation. Yeah, so I can change my weapon to like a shotgun there. Let's go see. Okay, so there's a really easy way to tell, and it's based on how much damage I take when I'm hit. And that looks like it's an easy. Now we just change to the other one, and we will know if we're good. I need the tap sound playing though. So this one, come on, shoot something. There we go. So notice how I took more damage this time? That's because the difficulty is higher. Okay. I did notice it seemed like I was missing some sound effects. So when I'm using the mouse here, that's fine. But when I'm using the controller, I want it to change. We'll play the sound when I'm rotating it. Here's what I'll do. We go over to here and do that if self.menu hover I does not equal 0. Wait, no, it's 3. No, 2. More spaghetti. Yep, it works now. I hear the sounds. You guys probably can't hear it too well because it's turned down relative to my voice. All right, so we have a working menu. Now the second part is the description. So each difficulty has a description, and each weapon has like secondary abilities, and I want to also render the name. So I want to show that info on the right here. So that's something I have to add. It's a single responsibility principle. Is that like each like object or whatever should be or function should be responsible for one thing? No, I don't adhere to that at all. It makes sense, I think, to do that for things other people are going to be looking at, but when I'm making games by myself and I'm just trying to get things done, anything goes. It's whatever gets it done fastest. So yeah, the quality of your code should vary depending on what you're trying, like on the project you're working on. So different projects have different needs. Like, you know, it's like some of the stuff I do for my actual job, it's very important for some of that code to be readable. Like if I'm writing code that's going on a rocket, that needs to be very readable because there's safety implications. But for a game where I'm the only one, I'm working by myself to write the code, no one has to read. Other people are going to read it when the source is released and everything, but I'm the only developer who has to read it. And as long as it doesn't affect the performance, anything goes. How much time did I have to code when I still had, or have to code? It's weird how in English you pronounce, the pronunciation of have means different things depending on if you say half or have. Because have to means how much it implies ownership, whereas have to implies a thing that has to be done. That's funny how that works. Anyways, how much time did I have to code when I was still in college? It depended on the year and the classes I was taking. Sometimes I'd have more time than I have now, sometimes I have less. The thing with college, though, is that there was always stuff I could be doing for my classes, pretty much. And it's like, it never really ends, because you could always keep working, or keep studying to get a better grade. So it's like, there's always the stress of that balance. And so dealing with that made it so that it was harder to focus on game development. And then also my living situation was different, so I had a lot more going on there. But yeah, I had a fair bit of time. I think if you do raw hours, I had more hours in college, but because of the more consistent schedule I have now with a job, it feels like I have more time now. I don't know. And well, I also get more done now too. And yeah, in college I had like, if I were really trying, I probably had like 50 hours that I could put into game development or something. Um, I wasn't doing anything close to that. I was doing more like 5 or 10. Uh, so yeah. Now college was so. I did not have to put too much effort into college because I mean, when you learn all this stuff before going to college and then you go to college just for the paper, then yeah, the classes, the computer science classes were really easy. I especially like the ones with projects rather than exams because the exams were like more memorization, but when they had projects, it's like yeah, you just do that in like a couple minutes or whatever, and then you can go do whatever else because you've. They're made for people who are learning to program in college. So when you come into college and you've already been coding for 10 years, or almost 10 years, and doing fairly complex projects, it doesn't take like any time. What DAW do I use for music? FL Studio. I used to use LMMS, and before that I used Basca.ko, or Basca.ko. I don't know how you say it, I forgot. Um, and then before that I used Beatbox.co. What language are you using? Python. How many bosses will be in the game at release? It depends how you define boss. There's gonna be like a final boss. There's Jim and Oswald who are kind of bosses. Then there's also beacons, which appear every 4 waves. Well, not every. They appear on the. If you modulo the wave number, they appear on the fourth and the eighth wave. So they appear twice every 10 waves, even though they're not spaced by fives. So it depends on how you define it. It's not going to be, there's not going to be like a big boss running around or something you fight, because that's not how this game works. It's about cellular automata. So fundamentally, the bosses should be more leaning towards tied to the cellular automata, with the exception of like Oswald and Jim. There's also going to be a third NPC you can fight, but the reason they're not machines and stuff and don't interact with the automata is because you fight them and then they join you. Play a WAP sound? Why? Did I go to college or self-teach? I mean, I self-taught myself pretty much everything. I didn't get much out of college. Yeah. Usually get projects done 1 week and then have the next 2 weeks free for personal projects. Yeah, well, most of my time in college outside of classes was not spent on like actual projects. Is more like tedious homework and memorization for tests. And I mean, my programming classes were the easy ones. So it was like memorizing random biology facts for biology 2 and stuff like that. So, yeah, the day to day varied dramatically, even week to week varied dramatically. How do I get transparent images to work with Tkinter? I don't use Tkinter. I use Tkinter for work, but I haven't messed with transparency. You learn all the stuff in your classes before you start college, but this makes you fear that CS might get too saturated. Um, I mean, it's very saturated right now, or like it's like right when I graduated, like maybe like a year before, and after, like everything afterwards. There's so many people. Um, so I do feel like it's very competitive. Like compared to what it was just like 5 years ago. I think you can see it in the numbers too if you look it up. But yeah, it's definitely getting saturated, and I do think that there will at some point, like, I think that the probably the wages relatively are going to go down, maybe like compared to other engineering disciplines. Because right now, computer science pays software pays the best out of any engineering discipline. But then there's so many people going into it. I expect it to go down. It's probably not going to be like, I don't know, journalism or something, but I do expect it to go down a bit with how many people are getting into it, especially the more time passes. But if you can get ahead of the curve right now, I feel like that's an advantage. Like, for example, depending on how you count my experience, I'm ahead of that huge batch of people, especially if you consider when I started learning to code. Um, Learning programming was not that popular in 2013 when I started. It's a lot more popular now. Um, so in terms of corporate experience, I have maybe like I'm a couple months in front of the curve. And in terms of actual experience, I'm years ahead. But yeah, I do expect it to get more intense. Can you show me how? Can you show how the you guys uploaded? I mean, they're right here. I've been showing it this whole stream. I have a video about Pygame and Pygame CE you can look into. Anyways, I am caught up. Okay. How long have I been? I've been streaming for 4 hours, man. Okay, I gotta pull this up. Is this a record for me? It's probably not like an actual record, but it might be out of the ones that got public. Let's see what I've got here. So, I've got 3 hours. I've got to have like a live stream from the Game Jam ones. Those ones get long. What am I at right now? I'm at 4:03, so I'll probably pass these ones. So this one's they're like just over 4 hours. So I still want to do the description stuff. Yep. This one's almost 4 hours. So that's a record for these ones, but I think where's my live stream playlist? Please don't autoplay anything. My live stream playlist. 20,000 views. 419, that one doesn't count. That was video game. But I'm probably going to pass that too. I tried to relist these and make them public, but then I didn't know that taking an unlisted an unlisted video that was previously public and then making it public again would send out the notification again. So a bunch of people got mad about that. I think YouTube actually just a couple months ago added an option so that you can control that better and not send out a bunch of notifications if you want to like relist these. So I might go back and relist these at some point so people can find these without going into this playlist. But anyways, so these ones don't count because this is playing my game. 4-hour Vagrant stream. This is a good thumbnail, kind of. This is not a good thumbnail. But it got 17,000 views. Probably because of the title. I bet you it's the title. What are the numbers? 4 hours. Maybe like 4 hours and 20 minutes, I think that's a record. This one's a short. I've done like really long amounts in one day for like the game jams. But I'll have like a gap where I'll like eat lunch or something. And I have not eaten today, actually. Yeah, this will be my longest stream ever that is not like me just playing video games. That's a funny right there. Is the filter by length? What? Anyways. Okay, description. We'll go for like another 15 minutes, hopefully, if I can get this done quickly. I'm thirsty. I haven't had anything to drink this whole time either. Okay, so the way this will work is that there's going to be two Bezier curves. I can use the other two Bezier curves. Here's what I'll do. So we've got, remember, I stole this one from the menu. There's three of them on the menu. I'm just going to reuse. Wait, no, I can't reuse them. Here's why, because they're different shaped Beziers. Okay. Unfortunately, I gotta define it here. Weapon, select, description, and then I have to have two of these because they're gonna be like different heights too. It's weird. So one of them's gonna be really tall, and then the other one's not. So let's just take all of this because all of these are gonna be the same. So what matters is it's got to go 0, 0, and I think it's got to go up. What is this one? Yes, it's got to go up. I'm going to go 16. It's minus 16 right there. And then the idea is it goes across, but then across like maybe 100 pixels. So 116. Negative 16, and then we do down, so we do 116, we'll do 32. That one will probably change. And then I need a long version of this, and then this one will be way longer. We're gonna go down, how many rows do I have? So this is the longest one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. So 6 times 10 is 60. Where's my thing, Bezier? So 60 from the top. We can do, let's just go to 50. How would it feel like 56? Should go past it a bit. And so this will be the long one. And then I'll just throw them in an array. So, oh wait, I have these ones. We'll just use these. We'll steal these. We'll throw that there. And then delete that. And we just take 2 of these. And then this one will be the long one. Actually, no, the long one should be first because that's the weapon one. Yeah. So we can grab the Bezier just based on the index of the menu thingy. So right here, Bezier equals self.that, and then we do I. Whoa, that's not what I want. There. So there's our Bezier. And then the rate is going to have to be set down here, I think. Wait. Well, I think it's just if you hover this thing at all. Or, ooh, I need a hitbox to change the hovering. This is annoying. Full rect equals pygame.rect, and then we'll just take here. I'll actually define it in terms of the other ones. That way it's more dynamic. What? I'm writing decent code? Who would I think it? Okay. We'll start from 0, actually. And we'll do left r dot y. And then we'll do right r.x plus, oh no, r.right. And then we'll do 16. And then if full r.collide point with the mouse is the only thing that cares about this, the controller is using a different system, then we need to change to, and this is going to be completely hidden, there's no UI feedback for this, so there actually doesn't even need to be a sound. Actually, well, the UI feedback is the pop-up of the description. I guess I'll decide if I need it based on things. So the self.menu hover I equals I. And then we do that. And then now that we have that, we have something to work off of to say, should we be showing this Bezier? Okay. How to do this? Do I want to do it with alphas? Let's just put up the Beziers first. Okay. So if self.menu hover I is I, then Bezier.rate equals the absolute of Bezier.rate. And else it's negative of the absolute. So just close it, and then we're gonna have both going at once, maybe. We will find out. Where's my Bezier renderer thingy? Oh yeah, I gotta do the 4 offsets too. Yikes. Beziers. The position is gonna be weird. Oh, I forgot. I want to add another point here to 1616 to make it like a little pointer that's sticking out. If you mentally chart those points, you get an interesting shape, and you can see what I'm planning. Okay, so this is going to be, it should be level with the position of the carousel items, which means that it needs to be, boy, there. This is the spot. That's the Y position. Why is Y offset not here? Is my indentation wrong? No, it's right. Oh, it's just because I don't have a there. And then for the X part, this is more subjective. It's just based on the kind of the right R. So I can do actually right R dot right plus 5 or something. And then I can just do this and do that again, but then plus offset 0 plus offset 1, and then copy these things, and we've got ourselves Beziers. All right, now these Beziers aren't being updated yet. I think I gotta run over here, and where's my plus? Oh yeah, weapon Beziers got repurposed. So actually, I think they are being updated. We shall see. So you can see what's happening there. This thing does not need to be 16 pixels. So let's mess with this offset here. It's more like 8, 6, I think actually. 6 is actually probably fine. So 06. Wait, no, that one's fine. Is it? Wait. Yeah, 06 is it, whatever. 06, 6, and then 6 plus 16 is 22. 6, 6, 06, 6, 06. This one needs to stay long. There we go. That's what I was thinking about. That works a bit better. Okay. So the description is going to pop up there. We can do the weapon first. The question is, how do I want them to pop up? I can have them fade in, maybe. Although they fade to black, actually. They're not actually transparent. So if you notice, the alpha on this was set to lower, but it actually just fades to gray, which eventually becomes black. So how did the UI stuff? So actually, I think I have to do the, there's a couple ways to do this. I could do the text writing thing where it just writes the text one character at a time. That's going to be easier for this one. I think I'll do that. So I got to grab the description and then write it. It's going to be, steal that. And then we go over here. And then we know if I is 0, this is the difficulty one. And then all we have to do is we go difficulty options, self.selected difficulty, and then description, and then we just pick the spot, and that will be based on these. Oops. Here, let's just copy this down. That's fine. Do that. And now we can do it based on the right arrow. Okay. So right r.right plus, and then we'll do, I did 6 of 11, 12, 13. And then we'll do 32 plus y offset. And then we want to go 5. And we don't need the alpha. This will be, actually I can just do that, or 255. And there's like a Bezier time thing, isn't there? To update that time. Is there a progress attribute? No. Max of 1. Oh, it goes it goes 0 to 1. Okay. So all I gotta do. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this out or something. It's gonna be weird. Description equals that, and we do description Bezier.time by len description, and then we want to grab the first characters of that amount. Okay, so in theory that should make the nope. Didn't I just wait? Int. Is that not what I thought it is? Oh, oops. What I need is difficulty info. All right, difficulty info. Oh, wrong font. The Y position is also wrong. I forgot that the base position was in the middle. Minus 2, 3. So 29. And then this should be small font. Okay, so this bar needs to be much wider apparently. And actually I can make this one wider without doing that to the other one too. So this will be, this is the long one. So it needs to be like 46, seems about right. Okay, a couple things. So actually, I don't agree with, I think I'm gonna, rather than do that, I'm gonna change the text on the long one. What should it say? Because this is the default difficulty setting. There's no stat changes. I think that's just what I'll do. Maybe I'll change that later. So I need 3 pixels on the left, 2 pixels on the top, and then you shave off a lot of the stuff on the right, I think. So 31, 16. That should place the text correctly. So now we can see our different difficulties. I did the math right on the height, like perfectly though, earlier. You know, I bet that like 90% of the reason why I'm any good at mental math at this point, even though I'm not like in school, is because I keep crunching numbers to the UI code. Okay. So we have that one. Why does it just disappear? I don't know. Maybe it should. Here's what I'll do. So if any of the other Beziers have a positive rate, then this one cannot be a positive. Or rather, this is gonna be funny. Watch this. If then you can use it. Otherwise, we stay that way. Actually, we can just nah. Okay, that's some funny code right there. Wait, no, we don't want the rate. We want the time. The time is less than or equal to 0. You want it to be fully disappeared before you make the new one appear. Yeah, see there, now it waits for the other one. I love doing Boolean object on integers in an array because there just happen to be 2 items. It's totally not cursed. Okay, so the text right now is disappearing when it's not hovered because it wants to make sure, yeah, that, okay. So what's gonna have to happen is we do if Bezier.time, then if I is 0, we can do this stuff, and then now the text will properly disappear as well. So now it like disappears, and then the other one appears. If I do like a long one, wait, which is the longest? Yeah, that one. Oh, the easy one is. Look at that. Look at that text. And if I do it with the controller, it's even better. Because it's got both of it highlighted. Okay, now I gotta do the weapon description. So this one should be pretty easy. I think I can actually almost copy what I have down here. So what is going on here? Oh, is this how I do the alphas? Oh, I guess that works. Oh, I gotta handle the weapon unlocks too, because you don't have access to all the weapons immediately. You just have to use the first one. I think what I'll do actually is I'll put a lock on them. Well, no, wait, because the lock. Oh, I can't have a lock on it because you selected which one you're hovering over, kind of. Maybe it can show it and just not let you rotate it. I think I'll sort that out later. For now, it's just I kind of essentially removed the restrictions of progress on which weapon you select. Anyways, let's do where. So there's a secondary image, the weapon image, and then you got your text, which I only care about the hovering text actually. So this is all I need right here. So now I do this case. So if I is 1, grab all this stuff. So I don't know, weapon is going to be oh, this is the cursed thing. I have it in here. So we'll do weapon equals that, except instead of loot J, it's self-set selected weapon. And then, how do I want to do I want to do an alpha on that? I guess I can. We'll do like Bezier.time by 255. Why not? And then secondary, blah, 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 blah. That's fine, that's fine. This needs to be changed. This is the base position that I gotta work with. So I don't have to actually don't have to re-render this one. This one's not needed. It's like rifle. It says rifle, and then you'll have like your secondary and yeah, okay. So I don't need that. Actually, the weapon, I need to grab the secondary image, set that, split it, and then that'll be based on this but below, because I need to make room for the name. So that'll be like +6. Oh wait, 8. Weapon names. This can actually be this position. Actually, why did I do that? That should be 39. Okay, so we'll take this. We'll put this right on the weapons and names there. We don't need the alpha. We're going to use this trick. Actually, wait, let's just do that. And then we do, it's short enough that I don't care. And then we can do the same thing over here. And rather than that, it's like this. Now, this one's going to be down and to the right. It's like 34 and +8, 9. Actually, it's got to have more space. It's like 41 or 42, something like that. No alphas. And we will see if I got my placement right. Probably not. Very unlikely, but we shall see. It'll probably actually crash. Yep, I was right. This was not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be like that. Look at that. Look at that. The only weird thing is just how it bothers me, the shape that's made, because the secondary is, well, yeah, because the secondary has way more text. It's like, I almost wonder if I should center it. That's kind of weird. Here's what I'll do. I'll offset this one by a fair margin. We'll do like 22 or 24. I also noticed this text was too high by 1 pixel, I think it was. No, it's like, it needs 1 more pixel down. I'm tempted to get rid of that right angle and just make it angular. So that needs to go 44. I do think this could go over another pixel. And okay, so there's a little trick I can use to make this look a little bit better. If I go to here, and if I change you to be, what is this minus 22? Or so that's going to be 22 minus 6 is 16. So that's going to be 984. Did I do my math wrong? What did I just do? I'm going to check that. Oh, I shaved off the 6 and then I forgot that. Wait, what did I do? I don't know. Wait, I did do it right. Oh, I did 22, but it's also minus 6 there. So it actually should be further. It should be 78. But then I actually don't need that much. I don't need to go that far down. I need I can shave off like 4 pixels. So this could be 18 and 102. Let's see how that looks. Rifle. I think that looks okay. It'll look better with like longer weapon names, but they're not that long. Piercing round is the longest secondary name, so actually I'm going to shorten that even more. So I can move the whole thing left. So we'll take off like, can we do 6 pixels? Let's see. That's cutting it a little bit close, maybe. No, actually, that looks good. I like that. That works. Okay. So that is fine with me. And then this one, the longest thing is right here, and I've got an extra like 10 pixels right there. So Bezier, and we do 96 also. Let's see what we get. That works. I think I've still got like 3 more pixels in there that I could shave off. Yeah, I think that looks good. Actually, that's the longest. Machine health plus 50% is the biggest one. So let's see how this does with the controller. Man, looks good. I'm gonna switch to my shotgun and grab Jim and go clear a wave or something, because why not? Why am I playing with a controller when I could be playing with not a controller? This game is like so much harder with the controller. Also, my fingers are sweating, which is not great for controllers right now. So I can buy me some upgrades. The aim assist is very useful. All right. I think I'll do like one more wave, or maybe I'll do like the beacon and then stop there. I don't need lifesteal. I think I'm full health. Actually, I think it might heal Jim. I don't remember. Actually, I think it doesn't. That's interesting. Maybe I should make a heal Jim. Jim heals every single time I go to a new wave, though, so it's not a huge issue. Why am I just getting those? Hey, check out this weapon. It's a bit confusing when Jim's also shooting. Which one is going to be my warp point? This one's much more usable if you're using mouse and keyboard. It's pretty bad if you're using a joystick. Please freeze. Freeze. Can I get a freeze? There we go. I missed my secondary ability there. I got double barrel. Double barrel and the extra rounds is insane. Alright. I did a beacon wave. Woohoo. Alright. I can go look at stuff now. And while I'm at it, can I enchant? No, I can't. I'm poor. So here's this other menu. I don't have any enchantments on this stuff, but here's my... Wait. Can I buy... I can't even buy a unique one. I want to try the third. But yeah, it's a funny menu. Nice menu. I have all the menus now. Actually, let me check my list. Yes, I keep my list on Discord. What is going on here? Did I just finish the last major menu? Yes, kind of. There's one more menu that the game's going to have, or actually I guess a couple. So there's an NPC that's like gonna, I'm not sure I'm gonna implement it entirely yet. There's an NPC that will keep track of the different things you've seen. It's like different machines you've seen, different upgrades you've seen, and will provide you information about the automata from the area that you're in, or actually all the areas that you've seen, so that you can kind of understand what the rule set is. So those menus, and that's actually going to be a complicated one, but there's going to be a whole menu for that. And then I'm not sure if I'll make it so that you can, I think I'll also make it so that in that menu you can browse all of your current weapons and whatever their current enchantment levels are, even though you don't, like, whatever, like, so if you were to pick it up again, what enchantment level you would have. So that's the last big one, I guess, and I won't be doing that one for a while. It's going to come in October, late October. It's going to be one of the last things I do because it's technically not essential. Yeah. Game dev makes you physically and mentally angry, but can't stop the grind. It doesn't make me angry. Go get water. Well, I was like close to finishing. I'm gonna be done in like a couple minutes here. I should really like put water next to my desk or something. I normally don't put like any food or drinks near my desk, so there's that. Do I have an artistic background outside of game dev because everything looks so nice? No. I learned art for game development. I package my games with PyInstaller. I don't use the OS module for paths. How do I deal with top-down equations? It's the same as platform equations. It's just there's no gravity. Like, actually. So it depends on if you want there to be a physical Y component. So the way height works in Yawnoc is it's just a visual offset. There's no actual, like, you can't, if you were to jump in Yawnoc and try to move, there's no mechanic to actually jump while moving right now, but there might be later. If you were to jump in Yawnoc and move towards a wall, you would find that, yeah, even though your height visually is higher than the wall's height, it'll stop you. So it's completely flat in terms of collisions in Yawnoc. And actually Pixcarts works the same way. So yeah, it's just a platform with no gravity. It's easier than what I have in my tutorials. Have I contributed to the Pygame CE repo? No, not directly, no. There have been things where I'm like, I say something to the contributors, I'm like, hey, there's probably this function here, and like, well, there's a thing with the sound a while ago where it's like, there's probably like this function here, and one of the guys is like, oh, okay, give me like a couple minutes, and it comes back with, I think, a pull request or something in like 15 minutes for the function I asked for. And there's a lot of things I give them feedback on, or some stuff. Actually, don't do that often. How long did it take to make the grass effect? Not too long. I had the idea for it, and I just made it in a few hours, I think. Well, not using a game engine. Yeah. Do I ever take time to go back and clean up and rewrite code to be less spaghetti? Or do I usually keep moving to other features? Okay, so there's a bit of story behind Yawnoc, because it was made for the Blackthorn Prod competition, where what mattered was where the game was at the end of 3 weeks. So I wrote all sorts of spaghetti to get to where it was at the end of 3 weeks. And that had to be reworked when I decided to make it a full game. So there was a while after I finished it where I was just rewriting stuff. It's like the weapon system was rewritten, the map system was rewritten, a lot of stuff was rewritten. Most of the code's still there, but I still rewrote like, I don't know, 1,000 lines of code. But when I know the scope of the game, I write spaghetti where I know that I can get away with it. That's the idea. It's to save time. So I mean, there's a whole idea of technical debt where you write bad code and then you have to pay for it later. If you don't have to ever pay for your debt later, then it's free time. So that's the reasoning. I have a video about that. Um, the is the game procedural? Sort of. It's like selects random areas, places things randomly. So like the enemies are kind of random, but the actual maps are not procedurally generated. They're randomly selected. But yeah, I probably should take the. I originally was thinking I might do procedural map generation, which is why I think in the Steam tags it says procedural generation. I think I'm probably gonna take it out because it's like on the line. It's not like procedural map generation, which is what people think of. So, yeah. Do you have a public Discord server? Yes, there's two in the description. Yeah, it'll be out in 7 weeks ish. You have to place some glasses on your desk. My desk has stuff on it, sort of. I've got my phone, my headphones, my fake plant. I have wallet keys and stuff like that. I have my Switch, a little mannequin thing for art. Let's see, I've got, well, obviously my monitors, mouse, keyboard, and stuff like that. I've got a stress ball, another key, and a stylus for my drawing tablet. My drawing tablet's on another table, so. If you, it appears in a couple of videos. Normally my desk's fairly clean. It's not like the whole minimalist thing. I don't know if you've seen like the productivity YouTubers where they'll have like, a lot of times they'll have like the floating monitor basically, and then they'll have like just their keyboard and it'll be like wireless, and like they'll have like a wireless mouse, and then their desk is like completely empty. Maybe it'll have a plant on it. No, I have stuff on my desk that I actually need on my desk. That's pretty much it. Yeah, desk reveal. Yeah, it's in my videos, multiple of them I think. So you can look. Yeah. Anyways, not a lot compared to you. Yours is cluttered with books, and for whatever reason, a lot of SSDs. I have a box. What is it? My power supply box. That I changed my setup. Before I had like 3 monitors, whereas like my main one's in the middle, and one on each side. Now I have like a 3 monitor setup where my main one's on the left, and then on the right I have my my smaller monitors stacked on top of each other. But the way I did it is I stuck the top one on top of my power supply box. And actually I do have on top of the, like between the base of the monitor and the monitor itself, I've got like 5 Switch games just sitting there. But you can't really see it. It's not actually on the base of my desk. I don't know. I've got things towering here. It's an interesting setup. Actually, wait. Maybe I can take a picture and post it on. Well, I can probably make this work. Hang on. Let me just pull my wallet off my desk. Where can I put this? I'll just do it here. I think this works. I'm just gonna check it to make sure that there's nothing in it. It's funny how I use Discord for like, I use Discord for so many random things. Okay. I think this is fine to show. Yep. Behold. This is my setup right now. Yeah, there's the stress ball. There's the Switch and plant, and those are my headphones. Or my earbud headphone thingies. Yeah, so I've got there's no like proper stand for this top right monitor. It's just sitting on top of my power supply box. You can see a little strip of yellow right there. That's from the box. But like from where I'm sitting, I can't see the box at all. You also, I can see the Switch games. I guess I took the picture a bit lower than how I sit. But there's some Switch games behind the lower monitor on the right that you can't see. But yeah, it's a interesting setup, but it's working. I like it more than the 3 wide. Everything's more centralized. Yeah. Sounds unsafe. It's hanging off the back a little bit. Let me see. Or no, wait. Oh yes, the box does hang off the back. Just like 10% of it is hanging off the back, but the base of the monitor stand is larger than the box that's sitting on, so it is a little bit precarious. But it's like, I don't know. The length or the width of the box is the length of my fingers, and then the length of the box is almost the length of my hand, so it's a decent sized box. I always thought that's the dimensions of the surface that the top monitor is sitting on. The actual long part is the height. Yeah. Anyways, so I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I need to eat, drink, and all that stuff because I've not done any of that since. Well, I drank something when I woke up, but then I've not eaten yet today. So thanks for coming. I'll see you guys another time. I'm not streaming regularly right now. Maybe I would like to do a PixCard stream at some point if my timeline allows for it. I'll definitely be doing those again after Yawnoc releases. But I would like to do one before if I'm not too busy with Yawnoc. We'll see. Anyways, your space is so cluttered right now. You could touch a sword with one hand and an AK-47 mag with the other while sitting on your bed. I'm curious what country you're in. Anyways, I'm ending stream here. I'll see you guys maybe in a month. Bye. Oh, also Wishlist Yawnoc, link in the description. And you can try the closed demo if you join the Yawnoc Discord server in the description.